Hello, I'm Eagle, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 622. Hopefully, you guys have kicked off your guys' this weekend with a great start. I know I've got a great guest for us this evening. Hemp Night, how you doing tonight? You want to tell us how you're doing, and of course, where we can find you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just been working all day, so kind
Hello,
of just ready. I've been thinking about this all day too, what to say and everything. But you can find me at Hemp Night Melts on Instagram. Uh, that's really the best place to find me and see what I do, and that's how I keep everybody up to date on everything I'm doing.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come hang out this evening. Did you bring something to smoke on?
Oh yeah, I got some hash out, and then got some GMO golden bananas, and then Organotron. He was showing me some tech with my new press. I got a low temp, so he gifted me with some of the Flintstone cake that we pressed earlier.
Right on, right on. So, might as well kick it off at the appropriate time where we usually do. When and where did cannabis enter your life?
I was kind of like a shy kid growing up, so was always like the standalone, and I had buddies smoking it, and like when they were like 12 and 13. So I would see them, and then they finally convinced me. I was probably 13, 14, and I just had a buddy just get some like the brick weed back in the day, and we rolled it up and we smoked a whole joint my first time, and I was like tripping high, walking down the road looking at all the colors, just like kind of it scared me, but I also fell in love with it because I've always been adventurous. I always kind of did extreme sports and stuff like that. So I was always kind of like that fear feeling in a weird way. So weed gave me that and also helped me relax and forget about the dumb shit about life that you go through. So I just kind of fell in love with it right away, but was a little scared, hesitant. And they were all like kind of smoking heavy for that age. So I just kind of fell in with them and went along, I guess.
So, did it kind of fucking take off from there? Was it an everyday thing? How did it transgress from there?
Yeah. I mean, just I mowed lawns. So I was one of the few buddies around there that had a little bit of money in my pocket. So I would try to score what I can, and slowly bowl the day turned into smoking like a quarter a week by the time I 15, 16 on to high school. Then I was always known as that kid, the weed guy in my school. you know Everybody knew me. Still, the people, they just, I kind of stuck in my lane of being that guy, just kind of keep my head down, got through school. uh and then I started growing right out of high school. I raced motocross, so I have permanent injuries, kind of arthritis and stuff like that. So I was able to get my card when I turned 18. And then I had already like figured out weed before that, but once I figured out to grow it I graduated in 2010. So I started growing right. I had a buddy that was growing with his older brother, and they kind of just showed me how easy it was to, you know, as long as you took care of things. They showed me like just simple pH, simple things like that. Salt nutrients in the beginning, Fox Farm soils and nutrients. That's what they were growing with. They weren't flushing properly, and that really made me really fast understand like proper weed, like that was flushed and then dried and cured properly right away, because I watched them go through it, watch them kind of do it just for a few grows, and then I got right into it myself, just with a one single-ended HPS in a 6x10 room, and then got some clones from them and started.
So, did is cannabis an extreme sports mix? I know a lot of people say, I didn't like to mix the two, but then there's people like myself that go, it didn't bother me at all. So, did it kind of enhance your kind of the racing? Did you use it while you're racing? Did you feel like it kind of gave you that competitive edge, like a no fear edge, possibly?
I mean, I wouldn't put it on that. One thing that was crazy is I grew up riding quads. My parents and stuff. My mom was an ATV safety trainer for young kids so they could ride trails. So I was involved with maintenance of trails and responsibility, always wearing your gear when you're riding. So they were really like strict on that type of stuff. But once I was like riding on my own, I could go to the track on my own, stuff like that. When I, got 18, 19 vehicles, stuff like that. I definitely like I experimented with riding and I was a little, but like I don't when I'm racing, because I feel like that keeps my mind sharp. But like when I'm at Silver Lake or like just out riding like regular trails or dunes or something like that, I cannot explain how awesome it is to like not like super high or anything, but like to smoke a joint out there and be ripping and enjoying like just the scenery. Because Silver Lake is, if anybody hasn't been to Michigan, like Silver Lake is one of the greatest places you can visit and just go out and see a part of Michigan that most people don't know is there. But it definitely, like, I grew on me more smoking, and I definitely smoked and ride. I can't say I never did that. I loved it at times when I was trail riding, like I was saying, but I had to learn to not smoke and race. That was a kind of a crazy experience because your adrenaline gets so high, and it's kind of a different thing. But still, like right after I'm done, I'm right at it for just to relax too.
I kind of asked because I can see both sides of that fence. To be honest with you, the clarity that you'd want to have in a competitive edge, but then again, I also kind of, as a cannabis consumer, can relate that I think as somebody that handles vehicles, I definitely consume and you know ride and whatnot. I think as a everyday user, you just don't kind of seem to doesn't affect you as it would most normal average smokers that are just here and there smokers. It's not like it's not as intense, I would think.
Yeah, the I do I like I said, I rip out of Silver Lake. I'll be jumping dunes and still doing all that, and I always blaze out there. We'll blaze, take that. I usually try to get a group going in the parking lot where we get a little like, I mean, just it's the cannabis community. We're all brothers, all those hash makers and shit like that. It's just kind of one thing we all do, especially at Silver Lake, trailheads, stuff like that.
I believe cannabis and nature go hand in hand. But so I guess back to the growing aspect of it. So you kind of mentioned that it was uh you had your card pretty much before school and before the grow, correct?
Oh, I got my card when I turned 18. I graduated when I was 17. So yeah, I start growing right when I got my card. I couldn't be a caregiver because you can't be a caregiver in Michigan without being 21. But I just started my 12 right away going at it. I'm some old school genetics too. White Widow. I had a Pineapple Express cut that I missed so dearly. It's one of them just ones that got away. I still run this old school sativa that's like a 14-year-old cut. It's called Bubblehead. Does not wash at all, but it's one of the most headiest sativa, old school, like fruity, cheesy almost. Like, I don't even know what to put on it. People that have been around in cannabis really respect that cut hardcore.
Well,
Sorry, that's
so, oh no, rant all you want there, buddy. It's your episode. So, well, the reason why I asked that is because I find that most people understand or see the medical use in cannabis right away. It's hard to deny that it helps your back and it has a lot of medical benefits, but it definitely seems to change quite a bit when you start to cultivate the plant. So is that the case, or is that a yay or nay in your particular case? Did
Oh,
cultivation
well, sorry, finish what
change
you're
the
saying.
medicine for you? Oh
Oh,
no,
yeah.
that's pretty much what.
Yeah. Through, to be honest, like, I was, like I said, I smoked basically brickweed up until I started growing because I didn't have a lot of money. And back then, green weed was, so expensive. And so I had to figure it out on my own. And once that's what made cannabis. Actually, here, one second. But that growing, once you grow a plant, even if it's not cannabis, or if you're growing tomatoes, once you harvest your own tomatoes that you grow, you always have a more connection to that thing. That I encourage anybody to grow anything, no matter if it's cannabis, anything, because once you once you do it yourself, harvest and have a good product in the end, that's such a fulfilling feeling. That's medicine as of itself. Like, completing it and then to smoking it to everything is just so, like, just fulfilling. Like, it's part of what, like people seek in religion. It's part of what people seek in just friendships. It's all related to growing a plant, and then even a cannabis plant, and then beyond that.
So when you took to growing, a lot of growers actually, it's a hard decision on what type of setup they're going to go with. What made you decide to go with the setup that you did? Was it other growers growing similarly? Information you found on YouTube? How'd you get the setup started?
Literally a combination of all three of them. I always, my girlfriend says because I'm a Virgo, I'm kind of a perfectionist. I believe that more and more, but like, that's what I've always wanted to smoke the best. Once I smoked some of the best, I wanted to smoke the best. And where I live in the middle of nowhere, Amish country, to get the best, you have to make it yourself. If it's comes down to anything, that's how you achieve it without either paying a ton for something or just doing it yourself. So I started with salts when I started growing in Fox Farm soil. I did really pretty good. I struggled with a little bit of PM issues because I wasn't keeping my environment the right way and stuff like that. But eventually I figured that out: dehumidifiers, air conditioners, getting everything dialed in. And then it just took me like a couple harvests I feel like my first two harvests were even still really good. I pulled 2 pounds off my first single ended HPS, first grow I ever did with Fox Farm nutrients,
Yeah,
Fox
that's
Farm
pretty.
soil. Yeah, did six
I would
six cuts
consider
and
that to be a good first grow there. Yeah.
yeah, 6 cuts and 5-gallon pails, and just tried my best. They went yellow in the beginning, but then I realized about CalMag. CalMag's such a crazy thing. It's even strain to strain. Like, some like need more, some need less. one's mobile, one's immobile, so you're like playing that game constantly of CalMag. And then I wanted to grow organics because I smoked some organic. Like I found, I finally smoked some like really good organically grown weed. And I was like, I got this is where it's at. Like, and then I've always kind of been a hippie, I guess. So I've always wanted sustainable gardening, stuff like that. Like, never really liked salts because I knew there was more potential always because I understood organic gardening and stuff like that. So I really did want like I started with just like the organic versions of like advanced nutrients and back then 2011 2012 was like probably one of the worst years for them as nutrient companies because it was so inconsistent that I would have a good grow and a bad grow and a good grow. That's also depending on every grows like that, but their nutrients were just so inconsistent back then. I tried using and then I found House and Garden for a little while as a nutrient line. Did really good with them, started getting over 2 pounds a light. Really felt like I was killing it, when I was getting that. Uh I started, and the thing is too, I forgot, I keep not even talking about is the hash. The hash is what made me a good grower. I started making water hash before I started making growing. The buddy that I was talking about that had the grow, we used to make blender hash, like like water hash in a blender and use the blender as agitation and run it through these like little like nylon screens that he had. I can't remember what if they were even like the right microns and stuff, but we were making like little bits of hash and stuff like that. So I understood the trichome right then. But then when I started growing, I made bubble hash and started learning the micron sizes and seeing the different strains yield in the different micron sizes. And everything was strain dependent on how much it would yield and stuff like that. We were just air drying everything, pressing the water out of it, and creating. I mean, good hash for like 2006 probably, but there was some people making foam melt back then, but back in 09 to 10 I discovered BHO for a little bit, because I feel like everybody did. They that all throughout doing this, it just kept making me as a grower better and better because I focused on how can I get more hash. So as I got better at growing, I got more hash. So it's like but it was so back in 2010, 2011. I gave a lot of people in my area their first dab, so nobody knew. And I was just blasting, open blasting and stuff like that. And then I discovered mystery oil, like just through YouTube. That's where I started getting on YouTube a lot, watching. I see you kind of do the weed nerd thing, right? Like you probably like sub cool and all that, right?
Subcool was a definite friend of mine and influence for this 100%. Sure.
Yeah, I was always a weed nerd, man. The genetics I run today are Doctor Who's Kush, which is Quantum Kush hit to Doctor Who. The Quantum Kush, which is Homegrown Natural Wonders, Obi Diesel, it's all that crew. For years I grown so much. So I loved Subcool. I loved his vibe and stuff. Even though the bullshit, I really did. I was a kind of a loner. I was on the internet. I used to be on IC Mag and stuff like that, and watching all the breeders, the badass breeders that blew up to today, and it was really. I got a lot of tester seeds from Subcool, the Hell's OG Quirkle cross that I run. That is just one of the most. I don't like spicy OGs, so the it's called Purgatory. He called it Purgatory, but it's that Hell's OG with the Quirkle. It like took the spice away, but kept the OG. It's a sweeter OG, but it's got the fucking punch of every bit of OG that any OG can fucking put to it.
Purgatory had a nice yield to her as well. On top of it all,
That's the first plant I ever got 3 pounds per light off single ended HPS with 8-foot ceilings.
pretty good, pretty good, and a good choice of genetics too, especially as a hash maker. I have to kind of give you a thumbs up so far in the story. Not just because I'm a weed nerd. Yeah, maybe.
I always will be a weed nerd.
So, as far as hash goes, there,
oh, you want me to pick up on where I left off? BHO. Once I found Mr. Oil, like that was, you probably know what Mr. Oil is, right?
tell me about it.
It's basically like you got canned butane like this, and even in pharmaceutical, like even the stuff that you get for closed loops, you got to distill, and there's lubricants to make all this, the gas flow properly into this, and to like for the seal and everything. So that gets left in there. And you can't get that out if you're open blasting. Open blasting is just terrible for the environment for one, and then it's just terrible for yourself. It's just terrible. Like I strongly suggest, if you're gonna ever do any kind of solvent extracts, is closed loop, definitely, not just to recover your butane or your solvent or anything, just for the environment for one, and for everybody's health that's smoking it, because it's it's just, you can never get all that out. That's why there's parts per million regulations in the rec market and everything. They've raised it in a lot of places. They've raised the parts per million because nobody could achieve such low parts per million with certain textures, the diamonds, the sauce, everything. It's all hype. This, terpenes are a solvent themselves. That's a one big thing. That's a whole nother thing I can get on after I get done talking about. But once I learned about that, I wanted to make water hash for real. I seen the melts out in Colorado with River Rock, and they worked with rare dankness. I popped a lot of rare dankness seeds too, but I didn't have anything. To be honest, I didn't have a lot of good luck with rare dankness. I popped a lot of rare dankness seeds and running for a little bit, but never really had any true keepers. But I found water hash through them, the melts, which is Jibs, John Burry. I thought I seen them pulling the hash up, freezing the puck, and then I didn't realize that they were just using graders, like cheese graders, which the microplane cheese grater, to grade the hash out real fine and dry it like that. I didn't realize that was what microplaning was until I talked to him just over line. He's like, dude, just go buy a microplane cheese grater and grade that puck over thing. And then get it as dry and as cold. Like there was never no set temp to, like, people always ask me, like, how'd you air dry when you air dried? And I'd be like, as cold and as dry as I could get it. Like, and that was, I struggled with that because I never had a room to actually do it. I used to do it on cardboard. I found Bubble Man too. This is all the time I found Bubble Man. But Bubble Man actually was really, really good to me. Like Bubble Man, like when he first started his YouTube channel, he was doing Google Plus Hangouts. And I used to jump in there with him because he didn't just throw the link up there. And I jump in and talk with all these like fucking legends. Like it was kind of insane that I just came across talking to Bubble Man and all his friends, and people would jump in, like the breeders that he's known for years. And I'd just be like a fly on the wall and jump in here and there. But that's what turned into Hash Church. That's how Hash Church began. And I was just all a part of that innovation of, well, not innovation because people were doing it, but like that it becoming more and more like public of what people were doing to dry their hash properly, how thick they were layering it on the thing, what they were using to just add the cool bot for the AC. It was all just from sitting there listening to these Google, which turned into Hash Church. I was on a few episodes of Hash Church in the beginning, and just I started making full melt hash probably 2012. No, it's 2000, yeah, 2012. I probably made my first like 5-star full melt hash. And it was from that bubblehead strain, which I thought, I couldn't believe like that like now I look at the yield of that, it doesn't wash at all, like 1 to 2%. But that was the first thing I ever got full melt hash, like drip, like, I mean, 5-star. And then I got a hold of that Hell's OG cut, or well, not Hell's OG cut. I popped my buddy. he just started, so we ran some seeds into setup. I helped him select them out, and we got our cut of purgatory, and then we ran it into hash. And that's the first time I seen some real 120 micron, like full melt, 6-star, drip to nothing. Like, so just it blew my mind. I dabbed it. It was just, and right then and there, I was like, I have to find all the flavors of this, like try to, but yeah, really going from there. Went through tons of subcool genetics, rare dangness, just tons of popping seeds for nothing, man. You probably know the struggle of popping seeds.
For me, it's still the thrill of the hunt. I still love to pop and hunt through. Still trying to I find that one thing that everybody doesn't have. I like to work against the curve. Hope's so easy to find when you go anywhere. But if you have that one thing that stands out or is different, everybody wants to hit that shit. So that's what I'm on the hunt for, the shit that nobody has still. So,
Yeah, that's what I did find. I mean, throughout that time, just popping seeds with, I got another buddy popping just like me. He ended up having a lot more luck than me because he was popping more, really, is what it came down to. It's more you pop, the more you find. He had a bunch of phenos going, and I helped select some of them out. That's part of where the Dr. Who's Kush came from, was some phenos my buddy got, like the from us popping the seeds. And we just help select, because it's better to have two growers kind of sometimes go at a real like pheno hunt, to be honest. When you get something dialed, if you got a really good buddy that's a good grower, it's great to have him grow it too, to make sure it's not just you, or not just like a fluke or something like that that'll eventually be something that you throw away. The ones that keep going are the ones that even shitty growers can grow good. Them are the best cuts.
so what initially made you start washing hash? Uh, it's not necessarily the most funnest process, and most don't take it on until they start wanting to like reclaim some of the scraps. Even I didn't do it for the longest time. I was like, I just don't want to waste my time with that shit. And then I actually kind of made hash for the first time, and I went, holy shit. Holy shit. I've been wasting all that shit. So what
Did you make
what
it
was the
because of
driving
Subcool?
force for
Did you make it because of Subcool's videos?
eh, it had a small influence on there, but no, it was more or less friends smoking hash introducing me more to a good what they were doing bubble. So yeah, it was moreover the guy who taught me kind of read, hey man, hey man, look at what you can do. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's what brought me to hash, definitely, was like, what do I do with this trim? But I realized trim can be bad and good. Like, still to this day, I have arguments with hash makers that trim can wash really good hash. Some people really hate on it. I mean, it just depends on the grower, the handling of it all. Like, do you wet trim? Do you dry trim? It can all be done good. I hate these people that hate on people for doing things the way they do them, as long as they're killing it. I can understand saying something to somebody if what they have is subpar and they could be fixed. But if somebody's killing it with the process they're doing and you don't agree with it, does not mean it's bad at all. Like, I've wet trimmed so many times. I've dry trimmed. I made hash with dry material. I made hash mainly with fresh rosin. I've always liked fresh rosin just because it's terp preservation, all that. But I'll make some amazing hash with dry. As if trim's like dried really nice, I like it. Like, if I was gonna run some dry trim, and I was like, before I was harvesting, I was like, oh, I'm gonna dry this trim and then I'm gonna try to hash it. you want to get that trim as dry as possible, as fast as possible. Like, not like you're drying the flower, not like the 60-60, you know, that a lot of people do to keep so it's a nice slow dry. Like flower trim kind of needs to be dried rapidly if you're going to run dry trim as hash and make it good, because you don't want that leafy smell to get into anything. You kind of want to get it dry as possible. You don't even have to actually dry it all the way, but as long as you have it like in a 40% humidity for like 3 days, that's pretty dry enough to wash it. Freeze that. Like if this is all just if you have to. If my choice would be always fresh frozen, even if it was trim, but make sure the trim is handled like if I'm handling fresh frozen dry trim to wash, and I want it to wash good, and it's my choice on how it goes, I'm gonna freeze every tray. Once everybody gets a pile built up like this, I'm throwing that in a bag and freezing it right away. Coldest freezer I can get it, if you can cryo freeze it or whatever you can do to get it cold fast right away. You want to preserve it completely, because if it sits at all, especially to trim, this is where trim gets a bad name, as people just let it pile up and turn into that nasty stuff that it always is. It's got to be taken care of properly, and you can get amazing hash. I've made 6-star so many times, blew people's minds back before Rosin, back before, going to High Times Cannabis Cups here in Michigan, just fucking showing, all the reps. That's how I got all the seeds too back in the day, because I show up and be like, check this out, and they'd be like, holy fuck, and they give me seeds to run, and it was just how I fucking kind of got as far as I got with the genetics that I got, learning genetics, talking to these guys, because they pull me, like once they seen full melt hash back then, they were like, holy fuck, this guy knows what he's doing, and they pull me behind and we'd sit there and take dabs, talk genetics, talk to DJ Short for a while, showed him my hash. That was an amazing conversation. MTG Seeds, that guy, amazing conversations with that guy, showing him my hash and everything, him giving me seeds to pop, and just some crazy times, just really from, that's why I love hash. And then hash comes back to the cannabis plant, and it's given me everything I got. I can't give up on it, and I got to try to do my best with it all the time.
Yeah. So, what are some of your favorite cultivars for making hash? Maybe not just the
Uh,
ones you've tried, but other growers as well.
oh man, that's a long list, because I like a variety. I've always been a variety type of person. uh I've always ended up, the ones I grew a lot were a lot of the subcool genetics, which are a lot of the fruitier, some gas here and there. The gassier stuff kind of came from Obi Diesel there with Homegrown Natural Wonders. But I just recently in the year acquired the GMO cut, and I loved GMO before that. I couldn't get enough of GMO, and that GMO cut, the Skunk Master Flex, the breeder cut, if you want to say, I got it from a good buddy, Trip Scientific, Diggity Dank on Instagram. uh he's amazing dude, amazing person. He put me on to something that actually, I only washed stuff that washed like 4 to 5% before that. I never had anything dump 7+% like that. That was insane. The first time I run it, first time I ran it, takes, GMO is a long flowering plant. It's one of the most pain in the ass plants I've ever grown in 8-foot ceilings, because it just reaches for the fucking sky. It stretches up to week 6. It flowers 12 weeks, no problem. It can go 14. It's insane. And then uh the flower is crazy too, because it doesn't fill out like big buds like a lot of the stuff I worked with. Always, giant donkey dick buds that I would struggle with molds, because they would get so big. Like even when my room tents died, I get such big of buds that they just get bud rot in the center of them. I struggled with that sometimes. But GMO just grows these crazy stretchy, like just chunks all the way up it and all the way down to the bottom of the plant grows. And I pulled 4 pounds off a single ended HPS with GMO, the GMO, because that's the most I've ever yielded under single-ended HPS 8-foot ceilings was 4 pounds off that dry. But sorry to go off the that was probably one of my favorite ones to hash, just because it dumped. Like once you see like the piles like that, you're like, oh my, it's fun. That's when, as a hash maker, your eyes light up. You're, as a grower too, you're like, oh, I fucking killed it. You're pulling the 160 bag and there's 5-star melt in the 160 bag. It's kind of insane. I would say even 6-star if I didn't, because I was doing 15-minute washes at that point, because I didn't just, the first time I ran it, I didn't know how good it would do. So I just washed the shit out of it and just it dumped so much. I couldn't believe it. But then through more runs, I produced like 6-star melt up into the 160 bag. It's which crazy, which is giant trichome heads, like little tiny grapes. That's what I remember Subcool always talking about, the heads and like squishing them like grapes, and the bigger the heads and all that. I only achieved 120 with the Purgatory full melt 6-star, but that GMO was the first time I had like some 160 6-star full melt, just doing like a 4 to 5 minute wash on it, just breaking the heads off and collecting. But and then for other people that grow, like, I mean, there's so many. Grow Father with Smokey the Bear there. That Flintstone cake is amazing. I just or shout out Organotron. He was just here helping me set up I just got a low temp. I've always ran a Sasquatch press, but I just got a low temp press. And he just showed me his tech with that and put me on. So thank you, Organotron, on Instagram. He really helped me out with just so I don't have to sit there and go through the ropes. But for the papayas have been really, and the rainbow belts, New Coast Nectar, they're Puro Loco, which is a Moonbow cross. Archived Seed Bank, always. I will shout that. I mean, they make hash genetics. Like if you want to grow hash and you can't get the cuts, you can't get the real thing, buy Archive seeds. You will not regret it. I mean, there's definitely the cheaper and the more expensive. It's worth every penny on their most expensive seeds, because it's really true great genetics that hash amazing. Like it's kind of like what Subcool was known for back in the day too. Just he grew for the trichome, which made good hash.
There's a little bit of a delay there, trying to get it work around there. So that's pretty awesome. So do you prefer to squish your rosin from flour, or do you prefer to squish it from hash? I always, as a hash maker myself, man, or a hash consumer, both sides of that fence, I guess. Um, I There's so much work that goes into the quality bubble hash that I just tend to like leave it lie there and just kind of smoke some good, nice worms in my joints. I prefer joints anyway. I'm not much of a dabber, so there's not really a whole lot of incentive for me to take it to, you know, the rosin press. I'm kind of happy the way it is, but why? What's your method and why? I guess is the question.
When soil grown solventless, the guy that squished the first bud and posted it. He used a curling iron too. His first time, I was following him on Instagram and watched him do it. And I mean, I used to DM him back in the day before that, just as a grower. He's a California grower, and that all blew up with Hash Church. And uh, so I was squishing flour at first, and I mean, like I was just talking about the trim, like you can actually make good hash with trim. You can squish some pretty good. I mean, if you don't have access to making hash, you can make some really good rosin squishing just flour, as long as it's freshly dried, even before the cure. I always say the day before you're putting it in jars is when you want to squish it if you're going to squish flour. Like you want it to be pretty fresh. Because it darkens and changes over time, just like the cure. It always, that's just trichomes curing, aging, changing, terpenes changing. Terpenes constantly change through heat and exposure to light and tons of other factors that play into that. So that all changes into the rosin. I mean, everybody that all the younger wave of dabbers, especially these people getting into rosin, hitting this rosin wave that's been happening lately. It's all hash rosin is the best. I mean, it's hash, and people like, I always like to tell people that don't understand like what is the best as like when it comes to dabbing. Like if you're going the solventless route, not the BHO route, it goes kind of like in an order of like what's the best flavor experience slash. It goes full melt for like for terps. If you want to try the plant as it is, full melt, 6-star full melt is the best. Then under that's fresh press rosin. Fresh press rosin is more THC. It's got the waxy membrane removed. It's just basically the juices, the cannabinoids inside the trichome, filtered through a bag out, and that's what's going to get you a higher THC level and release all them terps. But then when it goes down the ladder from there for degradation of terps, not necessarily degradation, manipulation, I should say. It is degradation in a way. There's a big debate, and I've always been on the more fresh press side of rosin because fresh press is as close as you're going to get to full melt, and full melt's the best you're going to taste any plant like that you're smelling fresh. Like when you go up to a fresh growing plant and you smell it, that's the only way you're going to get that in concentrate form is to fresh freeze it and wash it and try to do a light wash, knock off the heads and pull them up. If people don't know, the best micron is the 90 bag. If you're going for full melt, the best, you're pulling that 90 bag. I don't care if it yields up in the 160s. Sometimes, I mean, some outdoor gets crazy big ass heads and sometimes doesn't yield in the 90s, and I understand that, but most of the time, 95%, I was going to say 90, but 95 plus even percent of the time, the 90 bag is going to produce your best first wash, is going to produce your best melt. And that's the pinnacle. That's what everybody wants to achieve as a hash maker. That's what the hash maker's head stash is. That's what the custody don't get. That is. And a lot of people, what's crazy now with this rosin wave is people are so uneducated that you can tell them anything. So a buyer beware on any hash that anybody smokes. I don't like, it's something that people can tell you a lot of things and it can be completely different. And it's not necessarily bad, but it might not be as good as they're saying it is. I try to be as transparent as I possibly can to people and try to educate constantly. This like tier, like everybody always wants to, people are just finding full melt for the first time when that's been around for 10 years. People have been like, I was making it, and it's kind of crazy how this rosin wave is hit and how people are finally figuring out, like being manipulated into like everybody likes. Do you know the difference between like the consistencies of the rosin at all? Like cold cure versus fresh press versus heat manipulation or anything like that, like the jams and the solventless diamonds?
Yeah, to an extent. You guys are definitely trying new techs all the time, but yeah, for the most part, I try to keep up somewhat, even though I'm not necessarily squishing. But this is one of the things I guess I lose with the flower hash thing is you're going after the oil straight out. When you press, that's what you're squishing out. So, and then when you go to wash your hash, initially, man, already losing some to the water. You're losing terps to the water. And then so degrading of what you could possibly squish in the end. So why not loose, quit, not, skip the loss and go straight to the flower. I don't understand why people put so much work into taking so much out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That is very true. And that's where different strains, like I have a few strains. The biggest reason why a lot of strains don't wash is because they're so greasy. Like do you ever, when you're harvesting, you have just sometimes stuff that just cakes up a lot on your gloves and stuff like that, or sometimes you have stuff that makes your gloves look wet. Like they're just, it's so greasy that it's like a lotion almost. It's weird. Them are the strains that do not wash. That's where water hash can't, like, it's sad. There's so many great strains that don't wash, and terp profiles. There's even specific terp profiles. Like I have an ethos tester that I got from Ethos Genetics called Little Diamond, but it's this amazing sweet grapey, like candy, sugar candy taste, but it's so greasy that you can literally see when you wash it in the water, the head's like turning to oil in the water and just dissolving in the water. That's when the water's acting as a solvent too, right there, to them trichomes, and they're just basically breaking up in the wash, and you yield like nothing, like 1%. And it's not the terp, it doesn't keep the terps just go straight into the water. My only combat to that is I've never ran it dry, and I've been told to try it dry, and it might be a completely different scenario than fresh frozen because it's so greasy. It might need to evaporate off some of the more volatile terps that might be possibly like helping break down the trichome when the terps dissolve. Because terpene, this is one thing that I also get frustrated about sometimes, when people don't understand that terpenes are solvents. Like I remember Tony Verzura showing that terps are flammable, like because he would separate the terps and they show that they're flammable, like they're solvents. That's why they used cleaners and all stuff like that. So these people chasing these crazy terp layers, or just even fresh frozen, like that's where fresh frozen can be kind of a bad thing, because high terpenes are terrible for the insides of our lungs. Like it just you're basically inhaling a solvent. That's why BHO, I don't like diamonds in sauce. I'll say that right away. I'll try some stuff here and there if I haven't tried it or something, but I don't like dabbing it. I had an experience back, I think 2015 Cannabis Cup, 2016 Cannabis Cup, Exotic Genetics Mike. I was kind of communicating with him, running some of that stuff, and I met him at the Cannabis Cup, and he had pure extracted terpenes. Kind of, I think it was, I don't know if it was the same way that Tony was doing it, but he took it, like every time Tony used, he used a micro dropper, like that was like partial drops, like quarter of a drop to put in like a full gram. Mike sucked up, some in a regular syringe, just like a shit ton, and put like 3 full drops in a gram and just stirred it around like a little terp soup. And then is like, "You ready?" And I got down there and fucking ripped the dab in it. And everybody be like, "Oh, they'd love to try that." It burned my throat, my mouth, my lungs so bad. I couldn't breathe. And it scared the fuck out of me, really. It was one of the most harshest dabs I've ever taken, even though it wasn't like not flush. Like he makes amazing hash, and definitely the terpenes were just solvents. You're basically inhaling solvents. That's why I'm not a big proponent of like diamonds and sauce and pure terpenes and stuff like that. I never really, I knew it was fucking my throat up and lungs up when I dab a lot of diamonds and sauce, but I didn't understand it fully until that. And it stained my, like every breath I took for the next 3 hours. I was trying to eat food there, and all I could taste was the cookies and cream, because it was the cookies and cream terps. Did you ever mess with exotic genetics at all?
Yeah, unfortunately, I would had a long period there when I was just locked in with TGA there testing, uh, just tested. And so, yeah, I've been kind of narrow minded a little bit over the years, but I haven't run anything from exact. Yeah.
I can feel you on that. Like I was locked in just like you were with Subcool, just trying to get in there, like get just testing seeds, buying them, running them. You probably have some fire ones. Like, did you get any of the Chernobyls and stuff like that back there? Did you had like, are you still running any of that stuff?
Not real well. I ain't running much of anything right now. I'm fixing to tear down and reset up here a little bit closer to mid state. But I was actually the Michigan rep here for something cool today from what early 17 on to the passing. So I've got a pretty nice collection of all the gear, at least a pack of everything, and then all the testers. Tub Cool himself is quoted in saying, "I've ran more gear than he's ran of it." So yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I never had a big setup, so it was a pack at a time for me, you know. And I ran as regular seeds, so just gotta fucking wait till they start showing a little bit of mature, like whatever they're gonna be. Hopefully, you pull out all the males, running them. I was only popping 2 packs a year throughout a long time. Like, I feel like that was pretty good because it takes a year plus to really make a true selection. It's like people that don't pop seeds do not understand how long it takes to really do that properly. Because most of the time you want to run all the phenos. I like to run all the phenos twice because every grow is different, and you can't just think that something like, oh, that's a shitty one when you could grow it again and it kills. It's better than your selection. I've I've had that happen multiple times. I've given stuff away, and then my buddy ran it, and it's like, damn, that was good. And then just that's how it goes with popping seeds. It's the thrill of the hunt. Exactly what you said.
So I would just kind of want to talk a little bit about. I heard you mention about maybe drying your material a little bit. Uh, I've went back and forth on how I like my material. Obviously, I am a big advocate for the fresh frozen. I it does, in my opinion, make the most more greasier hash. And that's another thing I could tell right off the bat, man. That first pull, if that bag it damn near needs an alcohol wipe before I run it again and do another pull. Unquestionably, I could tell when I'm pulling out of the bag that stick that it's going to be that full melt. But not everything has that stick to it. But that the full melt always has that stick. But I've talked to this point a lot of times with a lot of people. Most recently with Turb Wizard, it's amazing why people do things for different reasons, and I guess now really understand why they're doing it, why it works, why they're doing it. Right? Yeah, awesome dude right there. Uh, I believe he's going to be on Future Cannabis Project this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, this Saturday. Cheers, Turk Wizard. Awesome, dude. But we were talking about drying the material a little bit. Back in the day when I did it, I initially started doing it for weight reasons. I'd let that sit out for a day or two and then throw it in the freezer just because it lost so much of its water weight. Now, talking to Turp Wizard, fast forward 15 years talking to Turp Wizard, and he's describing it more. The reason behind the method for doing it for him was letting those heads ripen up and harden a little bit so they could be more easily be caught. And I'm like, it makes perfect sense. Same process, different reasons, but yeah, I can totally understand that. and kind of letting them ripen and harden a little bit so you're not losing it as much to the process.
Like in like letting it dry for a few days, like just letting you, like you said, letting the water, little bit, like most of that water, like at least 60% of it come out and then freezing it is what you're talking about.
Absolutely, yeah. So
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit about that too, because I was telling him about how I have this little diamond that doesn't wash because it's so greasy. I think I was talking to him. I can't remember, but still, he would. I should talk to him more about that because I've never really. I've either ran dry or fresh frozen. I've never done an in between thing, and I could see if it was handled properly, like I was talking, not beat to shit, not you know. But letting that oil that just greases up your gloves, basically like all that terp evaporate off, and then you should left with a little bit hardier of a trichome, more raisin like trichome, even though still tons of cannabinoids, tons of whatever, that's going to make it amazing hash or make it amazing rosin, and not make it probably make it more hardy trichome, I guess, if what you're saying. That's part of what curing is. Like when people ask me about drying flower, like, how do I know? I strictly go off smell when I'm kind of figuring out when, like, because I've just over a while of smelling a pail, when you open it up you can smell that moisture kind of with that terp. Once you stop smelling that, that means it's not gaining or releasing as much, and that's when I stop even opening my buckets or my jars so much. Like sometimes I'll leave them sealed if I got a perfect, if I'll bring the room to 60 degrees, 50, and then seal them, and not sometimes not even open them for months if they're at a perfect point, because they've I feel like that trichome like shrinks up kind of like a raisin, and gets rid of all the more volatile terps that kind of destroy the trichome because they're solvents. That's what a lot of people don't realize, is they're solvents like that eat away at the trichomes. And that's why the saucier stuff, like if you let it sit out, it'll turn brown dark because it's just degrading and degrading and degrading. I had Smokey talk about just having cold cure out in the sun at these some of these uh events, and he says you'll watch it turn color right in front of you. But the biggest reason why is because it's already in a degradation state with the terps and the sauce around it, but then you're having heat, light exposure, and all this. It's just like a rapid version of that. And that's where drying cured, every time I've ran dried cured material, it's came out some of the most like stable fresh press that you'll ever get. That if it's set in 60 to 65, it'll stay fresh press sometimes for like a week, or it'll butter up and like get super saucy. Like that's where I like the sauciness. Like what's been frustrating me too is sometimes I think about that actually when I see people use heat tech on cold cure to make it saucy. That's what a lot of really looking cold cure is people heating that jar up to about 100 to 120 degrees till it starts to sweat kind of. And what that's doing is manipulating them terpenes just like in the curing process, and making them more actually change into completely different terpenes. Like one terpene can turn to another terpene just from heat and light exposure and a lot of that. And that's kind of what not you want to keep light away when you're curing bud. Everybody knows that dark is better. You do not want light exposure. But you want to, like during that curing process, you want the reason why you're closing off that jar to almost, because like everybody knows you can't just let weed cure on the rack or hanging. You got to open and close the jar. What you're doing is letting it gain that moisture back, even out its moisture, and then releasing it more. It's almost bringing it out to the side instead of staying deep down in the bud. I think it's bringing it more out, and almost like conditioning all them trichomes like as it's doing this process. And that's what's making your bud will make your bud last a long time with a proper cures. I don't That's just my opinion. I don't know, do you agree?
I've never been a long term cure kind of guy myself. It just goes too quickly. And the way Michigan laws are, being a caregiver here, it's it's just not worth holding on anything for too long. Basically, I run a perpetual. I take down enough each month and then some for the patients, and then kind of keep things moving along perpetually. That way, I'm not worried basically about holding on to numbers again from, ready
Yeah.
and usable numbers. It just makes it easy to stay in the system, I guess. So curing, that's on the patient's end. I'll give it to you ready for a long-term cure. At that point, you can either use it or cure it to your likings. Uh, Other than that, I'm moving on.
Yeah. I understand that completely too. I've done the perpetual and the full flips. The only times I had a problem with perpetual is like anytime back when I didn't have everything dialed and I didn't know the things that I know now is when I'd have pest issues or powdery mildew. If I was running perpetual, I could get rid of it. I could never get rid of a problem. I could never isolate things the way I wanted to. So I just started doing full flips of whole rooms, trying to keep my numbers down too. That's always been a problem just with clones. Like that's the one thing about the laws here in Michigan is like anything with roots is a plant, so, which is bullshit. I mean, they should at least be in a pot, I feel like. But we got to mess with numbers even on rooted clones and shit like that. So it's just it's always been that struggle, I think, for everybody probably. But shit, I lost my train of thought. But it's oh shit. Just full flips versus perpetual is what I was kind of going on there. Full flips, I could clean the whole room out. If I had a bug issue, I could isolate certain plants. I could get it down to just the single one of each genetic. I always used organic sprays and stuff like that, but I would use like spinosad and shit like that to get rid of any thrips, spider mites. And then I just recently, I never really had a problem with powdery mildew. You're in the Huron Forest. That's in the UP. No, that's not. That's up.
No,
Where is?
no, I am just south of Grayling, just kind of in between Grayling, Holton Lake, north of so St. Helens area. Did I lose you? Am I froze? He froze. Cheers, Hemp Night. Are you there? Funny Stony. Cheers, Stony. I don't know if it's me or the Hemp Night. Please
Back?
confirm somebody. Are you there?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
It's about to take a dab, anyways. This Flintstone cake. This is the Grow Father cut. It's amazing. Like we squished 63 grams and got 53 grams earlier, which was like an 80% return on hash to rosin. And then he says this cut returns 5+ all day.
Definitely enjoy some dabs myself. I go through phases. But another thing I can say about like the not doing the long-term cure thing in my defense, I guess, is again the testing thing is got one good part of it. Uh, I just don't have that time for a long-term cure before I've turned in my report. A B, most times, most breeders are wanting those results, pictures results, reports as soon as they can get them. And I've always been on the side of you kind of touched on earlier. It takes multiple cycles, brother, for you to get your results. Uh, it has to become up one au natural and unmanipulated the first time to see what I get. And secondly, it's got to run at least one more time to let it mature a little further because the terpene profiles will change a little bit. And as far as like in my mind, again, other than like the perpetual side of things, uh, I kind of feel like it's trying to turn it into something that is not. You know what I mean? If I have to throw it in a jar and age it for 6 months, whatever, to turn it into that final product, well, I don't know if that's it. It should be a good representation of itself, in the smokable ready form right off the bat. It shouldn't have to. I honestly call it more than a cute long-term cure. I kind of think of it as a gym bag effect. It's all the subtleties, the one by one, kind of coming off, blending together, and then soaking back into the material. You know what I mean? It's instead of, I think, as in a fresher mode, you can kind of taste those tones more subtly, up front, not more or less mixed together and mashed together for a final product. So that's few reasons for my madness about not wanting to take it for that longer cure. I can appreciate it. It definitely becomes something a little nicer and a little smoother in time. But eh, time's precious. Time, room, all that shit's precious. So,
Yeah,
just
I completely understand. I would say I agree too. I don't. I mean, I'll always smoke a good cured flower as long as it's good and clean. I'll always smoke a good cured flower. But if I'm gonna smoke some flower, I want it damn near right after it's been in a jar for like a day. If I'll smoke it right off the rack or right off the line or whatever, just to get that fresh terp. And that's why I've always been to fresh frozen. That's the debate versus dry cured material and versus fresh frozen is they the dry cured can have a very smooth, subtle taste, can even give you a consistency that people look for. The wet, terpy look can come from dry cured material a lot. But the fresh frozen is where you're gonna get the best flavors. Every hash maker is gonna tell you, like, oh, if you want more terps, it's fresh frozen. If you want a smoother thing, like, and if they ran both, a lot of people just run fresh frozen now. Like, there's hash makers out there that have never touched dry material. They've never ran dry nugs or dry trim. That's what's crazy is I hate these guys like flexing. Oh, we only run whole plant nugs and trim nugs and stuff like that, because it doesn't matter as long as it's treated, grown, done properly. Like, yes, if you like, okay, if you ran the trim from a run, that was amazing, and you ran the flower is going to be better trichomes. They're going to have a thinner membrane. They're going to probably have more THC, possibly more terpene, stuff like that. Yes, it will make a higher product, but just because the trim is the trim, as long as it was treated properly, will always be amazing. I could fool anybody if I did the washes properly. I would just wash lighter with the trim. If I was going to do full melts for both, I just do lighter washes with the trim to get the more volatile, easier knockoff trichomes. The bud you could beat the shit out of more and still probably get a really good fucking trichome and thing. You'll just get more and a lot more of them better quality heads, because they're more protected up in that bud more, instead of just like being beamed on by that light. And just the trichome on the flower, like inside the flower, is always going to be there's gonna be a lot more of them better heads than the ones on the trim just sitting there out on the light, absorbing light. What they do, because they're the leaves. So that they're like a hardier trichome technically. Like, if you want a more, I don't know, I'd like to do that experiment to see, like, if trim trichomes are more hardier than bud trichomes. I'd like to see that experiment, like to see how stability wise, like, and even in the rosin stability wise, like seeing a fresh press, how fast it butters. A lot of people don't. Just to go on another quick little rant, a lot of people don't understand that buttering is just the separation of THCA and terpenes. That's why when rosin goes from its shatter fresh press form, that's usually into the buttering, that's when it starts to smell, is because it's separating from the THCA and releasing into the air. And that's why when it starts to butter, they whip it to just mix them terps back in there and not let them just evaporate out into the air and not be in your lungs. And a lot of people don't realize that terpenes are what makes different kinds and different highs. Like, it's just the terpenes. THCA is going to always be THCA. CBD is going to be always CBD. It's always going to be, if they're purest forms, they give you the same high no matter where they're extracted. I have a lot of people ask me all the time about like THCA, the mechanical separation, the diamonds and stuff like that. You can make amazing diamonds from fourth wash, full spec, and show them to people, and they wouldn't know the difference between first wash and then it's THCA is THCA no matter where it's from, what it's got at its rawest form. It'll never, it's the terpenes that modulate your high. It's a, they used to call it like an ensemble effect or something like that. I don't know if you agree with all that.
Oh, I do. I'm a big believer in that. And that's again one of my and again, I'm not knocking on anybody's process or anything. I just think again, there's so much of that entourage effect lost through so much of what you're telling me to get that rosin. You know, as we talk about, and again, I don't even smoke rosin. So, so once in a while, you know what I mean? I'm just not going to take my stuff, my time into doing it. But if you've got it out smoking, let's say that, you know what I mean? But so I agree with so much what you're saying, 100%. And what I'm about to say is just my opinion only. Okay. Uh, so you're right. Terpenes have a huge part of the program there, and they're so easily lost. They're very volatile, and they will evaporate very quickly. So I've kind of always disagreed with a lot of the price, even the microplaning thing that a lot of people do. I understand about the drying, the need to get it dry, okay, through the microplaning process. But again, what are you doing? You're breaking up all those trichome heads, releasing a lot into the air. You're losing a lot of what we're, again, kind of agreeing on that is medicine there into the air. So we've washed it, we've broken them up. You know what I mean? We've already lost. And then, one final process of filterization again. But see, and again, I've always kind of, and I don't even know if the freeze dryer fixes that as well, because you've got that gentle breeze of air kind of, again, kind of taking away, you know what I mean? Another loss to the freeze dryer. I've always kind of liked myself. This is my smaller patties, and just in the freezer, basically in the spoon, spoon size, taking them to the freezer, letting them sweat out, because as you freeze them, you will definitely see that water freeze out. Then pulling them out, letting that water evaporate, flip back to the freezer, forcing that moisture back out again, and then repeating the process until I've got, basically an oil left, and then storing it or doing what I want with it at that point, taking it more to a final dry or whatever you want to do with it from there. But, it's just, to me it's still of a medicine, you know what I mean? I'm trying to keep as much as possible those fats, those lipids, those flavonoids, all still there. I don't like the, uh, I appreciate the rosin,
That's
but I just think there's a lot of loss there
I full
as a medicine.
I fully get what you're saying. The one thing about the freeze dryer that really changed the game, that's where Hash Church came in clutch right there, because Archive Seed Banks, Fletch from Archive, he was on there just back in the day. But just like you were saying, when microplaning people, you're shredding the heads, you're fucking shit up. Like I mean, I shredded heads. I shredded my fingers into the hash at times. It was like going to town on a brick and you're not paying attention. And you're definitely fucking the hash up with the microplaner for sure. And that's where the sieve came. That's where sieve versus microplane, like run it through a sieve and pushing it through, but still greasy hash will just smear across that. It's hard, bitch. You got to freeze it, knock it off. And that's all definitely beating the shit out of the hash. But the one thing about the freeze dryer is there's really not much, like, it's because it's -40 in there. It's literally like a space like atmosphere. Space is way colder than for -40. But one thing about the freeze dryer is how cold it is. So it's keeping it at freeze drying is just sublimation, which is going from a solid to a gas, and freeze drying lyophilization. I hope I said that right. They is just basically putting it as cold. I think it's below. I can't remember exactly what temperature below you need to get it below, but I know my harvest rate runs at -40, and then it puts a vacuum on it. So that's when it goes into the vacuum. That's where it goes from a solid to a gas. But you need each tray is they're heated, so the hash needs to be as even on there so it can sit on them heating elements, which I have it. Everybody runs different temps. The average temp's like 30 degrees shelf temp, which is still below freezing, but in a vacuum that's actually kind of above. I don't know, it's hotter in a vacuum. So uh I run 30, 25 to 30 degrees shelf temp depending. And that helps the molecules. This is just from what I understand about freeze drying, is it helps the molecules and the water molecules in the hash and or whatever you're freeze drying vibrate out of the hash. That's all that heated shelf temp's doing, but it's so low that it's like you're that it in a freeze dryer is kind of what you're doing, because a freezer like has a vacuum on it when it's so cold, right? Like it's almost like a vacuum in there, right? And that's why you've seen like the I've seen hash dry just sitting in a freezer. So I always wonder if that's kind of how they figured out that, like, a little bit. And then even people going into space, once you sit something in space, I think they figured out freeze drying because they lost something in space and then got it back and they were like, holy shit, this thing is fucking like has zero moisture. And because that's what it would do to whatever if you put it in space, because NASA was the ones to kind of come up with the technology that Harvest Right, any freeze dryers using, was just, it's all from NASA. And but that's where the freeze dryer is giving it more of what you're trying to achieve with your process that you're doing. You were almost doing kind of like a freeze drying process by getting it super duper cold and get it and have it in a vacuum to pull that moisture out. The only thing you needed was a stronger vacuum and a little bit of heat on the bottom of that, not above freezing, but enough to make the molecules vibrate out of a thick patty. I used to put my material into my freeze dryer really thick, like an inch plus thick sometimes, well, a half inch at least thick. And I was having to freeze dry for like, I was having to run my freeze dryer sometimes for a 30-hour final dry, which is like 72 hours total. And then I finally just do what everybody else does, and I was pulling the hash out just like I used to, and putting it onto a paper towel like with a screen, and then putting that in the freeze dryer as a solid puck like you do when you're microplaning, or kind of how you were doing too. But now you kind of want to keep more moisture in it, so the heads are more spread out inside the water, so the water can get out of the hash more, and you want to get it as thin as you possibly can on that thing. And I've been freeze drying with an 8-hour final. I went from a 30-hour final dry to 8 hours final dry when you get it perfectly right. And when you get down to the 8-hour final dry on really good hash, it's that there's very minimal terpene loss, because as long as your room's cold that you're hashing in, you're putting it in the freeze dryer right away, and everything's staying super cold. That's what's up the level of the terpene layers on a lot of people's hash. Like that's why we're getting this crazy terpene hash, is because of that, like being able to the freeze dryer. Like I think it's the freeze dryer. Some people will completely disagree with that, but I think that's just the what. Well, that, like I was saying on Hash Church with Fletch from Archive, I remember back until 2015, when like right when Rosin was just hitting, him sifting through a full jar of pure heads, unmanipulated heads, because when it comes out of the freeze dryer, it's still that puck of them perfectly unmanipulated heads, just still like that. And you drop that through a sieve, and it just goes, and it's just like pure heads. Like it's just the greatest look for a hash maker when you for the first time you make some full melt hash and you drop that from out of the freeze dryer right through your sieve and see that. It's I always joke around and tell people that if somebody didn't know what I was doing and came in and see this, they wouldn't think it's weed. They think it was real drugs.
I can see that, to be honest with you. I just as bubble hash, I've had as of late had to explain the process to people just by busting out a nice chunk of hash and passing it around. At a 4th of July party, everybody kind of looked like I was passing around fucking opium or some shit. I'm like, no, that's hash. Do you understand how that's made? I actually had to like walk them through, the water hash, water method, and just kind of ease their mind on what they were smoking there. I thought, man, really, this day and age, this is okay.
Yeah, a lot of people that don't know anything about hash, the people that are smoking rosin now, and we've been doing these swap meet Hareem cups. Shout out Cornfed Dread. He puts on these things for the community. They've been amazing for the solventless community. Can't thank him enough too. But they I have these new people that have never experienced rosin coming up to me and not knowing anything about, like, even that it's water hash made into rosin, because when they look it up online they see pressed flour, so they're thinking that this amazing hash that we create is pressed from flour. So you have to explain to them that it's water hash, and then they're like, water hash, you're putting the weed in water? I'm like, yeah, that's bubble. You ever heard of? And then you say bubble hash, and they're like, oh, bubble hash, and they get so confused. They're just like, oh, what is the difference between bubble hash and water hash? And I'm like, it's the same thing. It's all one thing. And then I have to go. I always tell them the Bubble Man story. The only reason why it's called bubble hash is because of bubble bags, and bubble bags were made by Bubble Man, and that's he was one of the innovators of hash. Before him, there was isolator bags. Isolator bags was a 2-bag kit, and it was like a 220 and a 160 or so. I can't even remember, but it made hash, or maybe it was like a 220 and a 45 or something. But it was a 2-bag kit. I know that. I never used them, but they made hash. Like they made your basic hash. Filter out most, like it was probably still 60 plus percent contaminant, but still the first hash the people smoked, the black balls of hash, stuff like that. That was made with isolator bags, and then Bubble Man experimented with the different size microns. And his whole story, you can go on his YouTube channel, and he talks about it 100 times, or go back in Hash Church. And the reason why the 73 bag is a 73 bag is because Bubble Man was born in 1973. He couldn't make up his mind on which between like the 70 and the 75 like was better micron, so he just went with the 73 because that's when he was born. A lot of people don't know that.
That's the first I've heard of it myself, but you learn something new every day. Yeah.
Yeah, if it wasn't for him, like just putting more bags, experimenting. I don't know. I can't remember if he was the one to figure out the 90 bag. I'm pretty sure he was. I can't remember that exact story, but the 73 was the bag that created the full melt. I mean, I've created tons of 5-star quality full melt and then 6-star even in the 73 a bunch of times. But when they introduced that 90 bag, it's in between the 120 and the 73, and just kept, for some reason, that micron size of trichome head is like the perfect trichome head that has the thinnest membrane around the south side, the most juice. It's usually the only thing I can guess is it's like a maturity factor when people are pulling their plants at proper times. That size micron head is just the best size. It's most strains that you run, if you pull that 90, that's 6-star. That's when 6-star was born, the real 6-star. As I talk about this whole star rating system, you know about that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure do.
that to explain, just to like the old school hash, that's your 1 and 2-star. Anything that melts is like your 3-star, and then 4-star was like some of the first dabbable hash. That was what people were putting in the 3-hole pipes and using the thing, and it melts in nothing for them. And then 5-star was the first time you could dab it on a nail, and that would char up on a nail. But then people like the 90 really started coming along, and people started growing better weed, better practices, better genetics, more isolated genetics. Actually, I shouldn't. That's okay. Since you're a breeder, or I mean, been popping seeds a long time, what's your opinion on these, like these hash strains or these fancy strain? Like, I don't want to call them fancy, but these like the exotics that people tell, and how weak they are as genetics. Like,
Ah, do you want? I don't know. You want to open up that can of worms at night? Yeah. Um, I think there's a lot to be said there about the older strains, the lower THC strains. That's what we're talking about, the entourage effect. Those strains are definitely pushing more of the higher terpene profiles. They're the higher fats, lipids, flavonoids. There's more medicine, flat out more medicine in the lower THC, the more exotic type cannabis. I think as we breed up for the THC, we're losing a lot of the medicine and terpene profile as well. So, we're breeding for the wrong reasons, I think, and losing more and more of the medicine.
yeah, I would completely agree with that. Even on these strains that people like, because there's just like Oni seeds, even archives definitely there with the rainbow belts and stuff like that. These ones that are breeding towards certain terpenes, you could say like that's where what's crazy. And these younger guys and this new stuff, they don't understand that them old ones had more of a terpene, just like you're saying, had more of a variety of terpenes instead of isolated to a single like group of terpenes. Like the papayas and stuff, they're amazing. They're the Skittles, but they're so weak genetics. It's insane. The GMO that I run, it's thrown nanners. It grows like the most hell of a plant to grow, that's just weak ass genetics that are buried deep down inside of it with really good genetics. I ain't saying GMO is a weak genetic, but it has really the Girl Scout cookies genetic. First time I ever ran form cut Girl Scout cookies, I got it seeded half my room. Like these really hybridized, high THC, like you're saying, single like flavor isolated terpene strains are so weak genetics, so unstable herm genetics. People just taking a cut, spraying silver colloidal on it, crossing this with that, and making these genetics that are so weak. And it's what's sad is I'm kind of scared for the future because I hear it all the time from people popping seeds that don't like. You used to be able to take old school genetics, like a lot of the subcool genetics and stuff like that. Some of them, they got definitely bad names for herming, stuff like that. But the ones that were really good, that's why I liked Homegrown Natural Wonders specifically, because you could throw them in a light leaking bullshit ass room that still, I mean, you're maintaining humidity and stuff, but if you got all these problems that could cause herming, and they wouldn't, they you could beat the shit out of them and they'd still produce really amazing flower and extracts too.
Definitely, they definitely Odie and Mushmouth are definitely still killing it over there with their genetics for sure. And it's nice that they still carry on the Doctor Who line that they started with TGA. It's nice
I
to see
would
that some of them are still out there kicking.
I would love to show him again the I did show him the Who's Kush, the Doctor Who's Kush cut that I have, the quantum to the Doctor Who, and he loved it. I gave him some bud and he gave me a pack of quantum. I still have a 5-pack of quantum seeds I haven't popped that I've been holding on to.
Definitely, them are definitely fire genetics, especially as far as hash making goes. So we got a couple of winners there for sure.
The quantum cut I have washes 6 to 7% too, just like the GMO, and that's actually some really good genetics. The sweet Irish Kush to the Time Wreck, that Time Wreck male made so many amazing genetics.
It sure did. It sure did. Um, so I guess what has been one of your best yielders as far as strains uh, so far?
For hash or flower?
I guess both.
Because a lot what's I've had stuff that yields really good hash but doesn't yield really good flour, but I've had stuff that does, but GMO does both. I've like I said, I pulled 4 pounds dry, and I still had a little wash that I did off of it too. I had 4 pounds dry off a single ended HPS with the GMO Skunk Master Flex cut. But like I said, you can have nanners, you could have a lot of things. I haven't really seen if I've seen a few like seeds that were, because it throws nanners late, so the seeds that it develops are premature. So that's where I've seen the seeds come from that were premature, you'd think, but the plant's 12 weeks along. There's no way it should have premature seeds at 12 weeks, but it's because it throws nanners at week 6, a couple, and you'll have a few of them little premature seeds. But when it comes to flower, I mean, I've pulled 3 pounds of light with the Doctor Who's Kush, a lot of subcool stuff that grew nice buds. The Quantum Kush, definitely done that. Quantum Kush, like I said, yields good bud and hash, just like the GMO. But it's a stable genetic. It's amazing too. It comes out a little bit more of an orange hash, amberish, depending on how light you take it. It likes to go 12 weeks or 10 weeks, I should say. I have taken it 12 weeks, but it's a darker hash. It's a potent hash. It's more gassier when you take it that long. It's sweeter when you take the Quantum Kush cut that I run. It's sweeter the earlier you take it. It's gassier the longer you take it. And in the nodes, like for the flower, the nodes really start to fatten up in the later weeks. The calyxes start to swell. You said you run a Quantum Kush cut? Or you have one yourself?
I know I don't. I have quantum seed still, but I'm not running it currently. Definitely a fire strain. So I kind of want to ask you about your drying. We've talked about how you dry your material for hash, but how do you prefer to dry your flour?
Uh that I just had a good I was talking with Organitron a lot about that today, because a lot of people hate on a lot of people's methods of drying. Like, I think you can dry flour like just hanging it and then dry trimming it and making it amazing. I feel like sometimes it makes a better looking, like if I was producing flower only and I wasn't like trying to cut half the plant into hash or something like that, I always hang dry because it produces a better looking flower. But I have wet trimmed, and then I run, if I wet trim, I run as cold a room as I can get, but not like a hash room, like 55 to 60 degrees cold. Like that's what I like to keep. I like to keep it like 55. And then I'll run like 50% humidity for the first few days, get that initial moisture out of there so no molds or any weird things happen. And then I'll hang them on the rack. And people talk about flat spots, but I mean, I grow big donkey dick buds, but I don't keep them. If I'm wet trimming, I break that down. I don't like, I've had, and then that's another factor that's came into the way I dry too. I've hung dry giant buds and they molded hanging because they were so big. They were dying. And I've lost like a ton, but like a lot more than I want. Not a ton, but a lot more than I wanted to, because it molded hanging. So I will like I will hang lowers and wet trim the tops if they're too big and put them on racks just because I don't want them to mold. So that's it. All comes down to what you want, what you're working with, what kind of drying room you have. Is it dialed? I always tell people to dry as cold as they possibly can get it, but not like if they have a cold bot, then they can get it super cold. But like 60 degrees is what you really want. A lot of people believe in the 60-60 thing. I don't like 60, maybe 60% humidity as it starts to get drier, but a, I've had it be that I feel like in cold temps 60% is a little too high for humidity. I'd say 50 to 55. But you can dry too fast also, that thing. So it's all this game of just trial and error until you figure it out. And I've done it so many times, whatever factors I play into, I can try to figure out to dry it the best as possible. But if it was a set in stone way, if I was running a rec facility and we were growing consistent flower and then whole plant washing everything, I would hang dry anything that didn't mold, and I'd break everything down that would mold, and still probably try to hang dry it as much as possible. And then I'd fresh frozen whole plant everything for hash. If I was, that's just kind of the state, because you'd have better looking flower, like a little bit better. The trained eye can really tell. I could fool people all day with hung dry versus wet trim on a rack. And flat spots, I mean, I've seen flat spots and I'm not seeing flat spots. I think if you're breaking the material down properly and making it look good, you shouldn't be having giant buds that have flat spots. I don't know. That's just my opinion. What do you think? What's your Do you like to hang or are you wet trimmer?
I, again, careful what you're opening yourself up for. Uh, again, I like to just say that my methodology, my madness, uh, may not fit anybody else's, or you may not agree with. That's okay, as we've kind of talked about. To each their own. Time has taught me a lot over the years. To be honest with you, I really think that Mark Emery said it kind of right. I just believe it when I heard him say it when he first got out of jail. The way we determine these days is kind of we've made ourselves a market by the way we trim. Okay, uh, I like to trim wet. To be honest with you, I use a dryer, and to each their own. Okay, what I've found out with in cannabis, the drying methods is a lot. I, I've changed my methodology on it a few different ways over the years. I used to hang dry just because it was easier. Then I started making my hash. I started trimming it wet and then using the racks. After that, I actually kind of went to trimming wet, leaving it more on the stick and hanging it on coat hangers with clothespins. That kind of nice method, worked well. And then I got a dryer, to be honest with you. And I wanted to hate that dryer when I got it, to be honest with you. but I tried it and it worked well. And what I learned about in that phase was it all kind of goes back to something you said earlier, is how fast you can dry it for preservation. Is that's what I found out. Because earlier on, I used to think the mentality, oh yeah, that quick dry will make it smell like hay. Well, maybe not. Depends on your environment, but it never did turn out like that. It was more like the freeze dryer method. It quickly got that moisture out, and it was more of a fresh tasting uh preserved bud. Okay, kind of like we talked about earlier on. This is the same. I just realized that. That's why I fucking aha. I had an aha there. It's the same thing that we talked about earlier on with the fresh dryer method. I think the subtleties in the individual terpene profiles come out. Okay, and with a fresh trimmed dried bud. Okay, now phase two. This is what organics has taught me. There is some benefits to a longer dry. Unbeknownst to anything that I ever thought before, what was going on in the planet, I don't think it's necessarily the environment or the temperature. That has something to do with it, only because it slows things down. But what I've come to realize as I understand the plant and try to understand it more as a living organism is throughout that, if you're hanging a whole plant, leaving as much matter on there as possible, and that's dictating to your room environment. Sometimes, you have to fucking if it's summertime, you're fighting humidity, you want to buckle some of that leaf off there to get some of the moisture out of the room away from the plant. But that aside, I think what's going on in that plant in the longer cure is a cure type drying method. So, it's more of a quicker preservation for fresh individual terps. B, it's more of a curing method in that I think that there's still moisture in the plant. The plant is still kind of fighting, kicking until every last bit of moisture is out of there. So, as a defense mode, I think it is kind of going through some individual changes as it goes out into the longer cure. It does give them terpenes a little bit more time to bind and rest back into the fibers of the material. But I think it's more of a dying out process, as I say. The plant's still kind of kicking, until that last bit of moisture, it's alive. You know what I mean? Till that last bit of moisture out there, that plant's still alive and kicking and trying every bit of the defenses to survive through producing terpene profiles or whatever. So I think there is a little bit of something if you're looking more towards a more cured product, that long-term cure may suit you, or dry may suit you. But if you're looking more on a connoisseur end, I think, then you're wanting to, oh, I can taste this out of it. I can taste that out of it. I think you want more of a fresh, you know what I mean, a wet
Yeah.
trim, quicker dry. That's my thought process on the two.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I people hate on wet trimming, and I hate it. I hate that they don't understand it can be done good both ways. I've like I always wet trimmed up until I found dry trimming, seen people do that and seen some really good bud in it. And then I tried it. I always wet trimmed mainly for making hash, like especially like in the beginning of it all, we were just using our trim, and to get fresh rosin, you got to wet trim. And then I started incorporating more and more bud, and then whole plant, and that's kind of where that whole thing felt like snowballed. But I completely agree with you. Again, we were talking about like the curing may make a hardier bud, will produce more. It's going to be a different terpene. The terpenes change, like I was saying, with heat, light. They literally will change from one terpene to another. Moisture content. One thing I've noticed from like hash or bud that's had a lot of moisture in it, like that never got away, that degraded the trichome a lot before it got out. It was always had like a minty taste, and that always confused me. Like this, like almost like slightly minty taste. And then Tony Verzuris was talking about how a lot of terpenes change into that, like, I can't remember what the terpene is, but they change as it degrades from water, specifically moisture, will change a lot of terpenes into like almost like a mentholy like taste. And that's where you get that minty taste from like outdoor. That's that outdoor taste to me. I think it tastes kind of minty, like some outdoor that hasn't been dried properly or was beat to shit or something like that. It's always got like a minty taste to me, and that's from moisture, I guess, from a improper cure, stuff like that. A lot of old school hash, the dark ball hash, always had like this like mint like taste, which doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean anything bad. It just means that something has manipulated something into something else.
Let me ask you about another subject that I guess has a couple of sides of the coin or different sides to the box there. Is when to pull, as a hash artist, as when do you like
That
to
is
harvest your cannabis? Uh,
that is a can't. That's gonna get me like, I don't ever want to call anybody out. I want to ever talk shit. I mean, even when we're on talking shit with Eagle, I I will talk a little bit of shit. Hash makers like to pull early because of color. That makes a lighter color product. Buyers need to understand that color does not mean anything. Dark hash, yes. I mean, it's definitely some degradations happen. Doesn't even mean it's necessarily even bad. Like I keep saying, that does not mean it's bad. Doesn't mean it's going to kill you or hurt you or give you a shitty high or anything like that. Tropicana cookies, always a dark rosin because it's purple. Purple strains produce dark rosin. You take a strain super long, it produces a darker rosin. When I took GMO 13 and a half weeks, it was definitely a darker rosin than when I pulled it at 10 weeks. It's when you pull it at 10 weeks, it's a super light rosin. Like I feel like that's too early. Did that one time and I won't ever do it again, just because it's a super light colored rosin that can impress a lot of people by the color, but the potency, the terpenes, that fucking crazy garlic smell is not even close to there. That it like it's so stank once it gets past 11 weeks. Then now you're smelling GMO. Sometimes actually GMO doesn't even stink that much until like week 7, 8. Then you start smelling that GMO smell in the buds. You'll kind of smell it. Like I remember when I first started growing it, I couldn't smell that smell that I've smelled on GMO. GMO is such a fucking garlic, weird, oniony. I didn't smell it for like week 4, week 5, week 6. No garlic smell, no garlic smell. And then week 7, okay, now I'm smelling a little bit. And then just as it came on, boom, boom, the weeks went on, it just got more raunchy and more raunchy. And then all of a sudden I'm opening my door in my grow room and all I can fucking smell is garlic and onions and like it's and when it used to be the quantum stinking up everything, it's the GMO. It's fucking taking things long. That's where people, you gotta figure it out. You gotta try. You can't just fucking have somebody tell you, oh, pull this at fucking 60 days and it's gonna be perfect. Everybody's grows different. You could run your lights actually only like 11 hours and like pull the daylight hours back, and that'll mature your plants along farther if you're trying to achieve that. And I've actually just recently started doing that with GMO. I think I can get a 13-week terp out of it by giving it on that 12th week only 11 hours a daytime, because I feel like it just forces it along a little more, whatever that process is in the plant, knowing that it's coming to the end. But that's a way you can take a 13, 14 week and bring it down to 12 weeks and get that same raunchy smell. I just recently, Diggity Dank put me onto that. He's got a buddy that only runs 11 hours from day one of flower. And he says he flowers 10-week flowers in 8 weeks, but I don't. Hash makers
I,
like to pull early. Sorry.
You I agree 100%. 100% on that issue right there. They do like to pull early just for that color. Um, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, to be honest. Uh, for me, I think Jen Doe kind of said it best the other day when I talked with her, especially when even she's a hash maker. You know what I mean? Even she was said, I guess it's intent is, am I making more of a medicine? Am I making it more for somebody that wants it further down the line, more of a sedative medicine, more, rich in, CBN and all that good stuff, just want to sleep? Yeah, I might want to let it go further, it's all what I want, what the intent is I'm making it for. And I definitely appreciated that. I definitely think a lot of people these days do pull a little bit earlier. I think they try to chemically uh, push the plant, to be honest with you, to make things harden up quicker when they should be next actually letting the flower just go a little bit longer. So yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. As far as the light cycle, man, I'm really starting to question our cannabis lighting, to be honest with you. I've been listening to a gentleman, Joe Petty. I might be saying his name wrong, but very old school gentleman, one of the older cannabis scene people. Uh, the Skunk Fam podcast. He's had a lot of with him on there, and talk about photoperiodism. And I've kind of thought a lot of what he's saying to be true for a long time, but you always go by with what you're told, the 18:6, the 12:12, you know, as he pointed out, the longest time you get in the nature situation, the longest day is 16 fucking hours. And at that, it's only for a few minutes. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't necessarily why push your plants that long. And even at that, you pick up any pack of seeds, most basic botany, kind of rule of thumb. Plants only need 6 8 hours tops, and then they're kind of shutting down and going into defense mode. Even not even using as much CO2 and stuff. So what he's kind of talking about is more of like a 6 to 8 hour flowering time or cycle, light cycle. Only 6 to 8 hours on. He's saying you'll twice the plant matter and speed it up, kind of like as you're insinuating, just by pulling it down to 11. He's saying you can do the same thing and reach more more harvest, quicker results is what he's saying. By honestly just going by more a photo period rule of thumb. So I'm thinking I'm gonna try it. I get set back up. I may dial it back down to maybe a 10 or 8 hour flowering cycle just to see what the fun. I mean, it makes
Yeah,
perfect sense in my opinion.
that does make a lot of sense. I j- Diggity, I was just talking with him when we were chilling in the grocery store about how GMO takes forever. And he's like, yeah, you could just dial your lights back. That's what I do. And I was like, oh, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, I got a buddy that I think he was saying even goes back to 10 hours at the towards the end though. He starts off at 12, about week 6 starts down at back, and week by week goes down like 30 minutes or so. Uh and he makes flower. He tries to crank like 6 harvests out a year, 8-week flowering on plants that take 10 plus even. And he just like wholehearted believes in that. So I just started experimenting with it myself just because of the GMO taking forever, and I definitely see that. Like I said, I think I can take GMO 12 weeks and dial back the hour the last couple of weeks, and it finishes just like it would 13, 14 weeks, and I get the same hash yields. And the amazing, like that's one thing about GMO. I think even though it's a high THC plant. I mean, the flowers always, when I've seen it's 28+% THC. Uh, the hash rosin's touching 81, 82 on the tests, no problem. Uh, it's I feel like that's what's crazy about it's the weak genetics that are in it. I feel like GMO has some old school s like healing terps in it, and cannabinoids. Like I don't think it's high in CBD at all or anything like that, but that's what's crazy about testing is we have no idea. I mean, we can sit there and throw THCA numbers and THC numbers and CBD, you know, THCV, stuff like that. But probably there's at least hundreds of cannabinoids in there, especially like you're saying, the lipids and fats too. No, that's all untested. Really, nobody tests lipids and fats when they go and do a BHO run or something like that. They don't test the plant material. Plant material is very low in THCA, but it could be very high in other cannabinoids that we haven't even discovered yet. That's what's just terrible about cannabis being shit on for so many years by the government, holding it down, and just everything about cannabis has just been like a locked away type thing instead of very researched. And like we I mean, I always had the theory growing up that we definitely had a lot more medicines in it than what, like, everybody kind of thinks that now. The CBD is just amazing for people. My dad has rheumatoid arthritis really bad, and he's on like shots that drop his immune system down and everything, and he's been on the drugs, and he didn't like them because they mess his stomach up and really kind of mess him up. So he just kind of deals with the pain, other than like the certain shots he takes that lower that. I know they lower his immune system, but they help with the rheumatoid arthritis, Humira, so something like that. But he just recently finally got onto the CBD, and I wish he's just so old school. They smoke cigarettes and stuff still, so it's like it's just they don't think of to take, like, you take, like, they growing up, they took Tylenol when they hurt and stuff like that. So the CBD, he needs to realize he needs to take it all the time, and it's like a preventative instead of a cure. Like he needs like that. They were never sold that when they were younger, that an ounce of preventative is worth a pound of cure. They just wait till their body's shutting down and bam, now I need something like now. But if he loves the CBD, he just doesn't use it.
I agree. I had a daughter that has battled anxiety, and she tends to wait and use the pen. I'm like, why let it come? Why let it come? Keep that CBD in you. Keep that bad moment away. Why wait till it hits you and then fight it off? It doesn't make any sense. I agree.
That's yeah, that's literally like I struggled my whole life, depression, anxiety. So I was just having a really good conversation with Organotron earlier. Just this life of a grower, hash maker, doing it all yourself is very isolating. Makes it so you can't go on a lot of trips. You miss a lot of stuff. I mean, miss birthdays and stuff because I had to do certain things. I'm harvesting certain things like that have to be done. It's it can kind of breed some mental health problems because you're just so isolated. You're running it on your own. You're trying your hardest. When you have plants that are doing shitty and you can't figure out what's going on, it's so frustrating. So like I think the CBD has really helped like a ton. When I finally found like taking like decent doses of CBD, it really helped when I was having because I've gone through phases of like having like full blown anxiety attacks out of nowhere when I like growing up and stuff. But like, and then even into my adult and everything, I realized when I was going through that, if I kept CBD high in my system, I wouldn't have these attacks. I could go out, I could be more sociable, I could do everything. And another thing that I always advocate is psilocybin mushrooms, the microdosing. That's amazing too. That them working together, if you can get that dialed in, CBD to THC to psilocybin in your diet completely, that can regulate your brain chemicals just like a antidepressant, I feel like.
To agree on that. I keep cannabis in my system as much as possible. To be honest with you. Honestly, feel that to be honest with you about the RSO, but that's a fine line. Taking a small amount, almost like a micro dot, per day as like a preventative. But I found that's a careful. If you tend to get too greedy with that micro dot, you can really take down your tolerance as well. So
Yeah.
it's a fine line of keeping healthy and right, raising your tolerance, your daily tolerance too.
Yeah.
Powerful plant.
I I can't thank the cannabis plant enough. It's provided me with everything I have. I've worked hard my whole life with it. Now it feels like I should say, even in school, I made money mowing lawn, but I also made money, doing my thing. So it's always brought me joy, not just like any sort of profit, but the profit brings you so you can opportunities to do things. Like it's never been about the money for me. When I never started growing because I was like, oh, I want to make money. I wanted to grow the best. And when you grow good, that money came, but that provided more opportunity in my life. More, and then it just stacks on top of itself. As you try harder, it comes. If you're doing things right in life, it should just kind of come. Yes, bad things happen, and you cannot stop like the inevitable of like sickness, disease, getting hurt, and then just also even just down to like we were talking about mental health. You can sometimes you just that gets in your way of you stacking and keeping going. But as long as you keep focused, it will come. And don't like I've seen so many people get too greedy, and that's been their downfall. Like they end up getting into a lane, seeing a lot of money really fast or something from cannabis or even other things. This is other things in life, not even cannabis, but and that becomes their downfall because they get too wrapped up in the money, and that that comes down to them too. It can't be like blamed on the money necessarily, or the cannabis or anything. It comes down to that person and that bringing them out. I was always told that it ain't the problem with the money, it's the problem with the person that has the money. If you like that money, like is like a it like makes everything bigger. It's if you already have an ego problem, you get money, you're gonna have a fucking major ego problem. Like it, if and then like losing money can cause that too. You got a problem in your mind, and you're just constantly like just like hating that you're poor instead of enjoying being alive or whatever is just in your life that is good that somebody that doesn't have. It's such a it's crazy. See, it's seeing and from the cannabis industry because of being in it so early and seeing it blow up. Everybody knows how much everything was going back in the day. You could have a 4 lighter and be killing it. uh, it's just it's crazy how people with that focused on the money now they're terrible. I mostly time see it terrible instead of focusing on themselves or bettering things or bettering their grow or bettering their anything. I hope that all made sense.
It did. It was well said. Well said. You know, as far as like the mental health goes, it was kind of funny. The whole, I think it prepared a lot of us, and it should have been the answer for more, to be honest with you. Again, now that I'm thinking about it, uh, for this pandemic that we're just kind of getting out of there, uh, that whole isolation thing, as you were talking about earlier, pre-pandemic, you know, we were used to it. We were used to it. So when they told us, "All right, fucker," most of us growers were like, "Cool. I'm used to chilling my plants anyway. Just a normal day. See you." So it didn't affect a lot of the growers. I don't think too badly mentally. I think more people should have taken on cultivation at that time. And I think they actually tried to tell people that, fucking that whole time gave cannabis a little bit more clout anyways. They essential. They made it essential. We gave
Yeah.
people, they it helped with the whole pandemic as a medicine as well. And like I'm kind of getting to, and as I tried to hint to in the beginning, man, as far as mental health goes, in a lot of other ways, I believe the cultivation side is the more bigger part of the medicine. Yes, yes, yes. It is a powerful medicine as we sit here, smoke it, and just however you. But again, how much of that could be placebo? A lot of things have that placebo effect, but it is a good medicine. But I think that it happens right here. At the end of the day, man, when it's stress, you've worked up a little bit of anxiety, that anxiety fades 9 times out of 10. It's you step at the prefaces of your plants. You look in at them, you kind of scan over who's got that bad leaf? How do you look around? You know what I mean? All that daily just fades away, just fades away, and I think that in itself is a huge part of the medicine. But as if you are using it as a medicine, you're a cancer patient, you're using it for whatever reason, what you've lost through the ailment, nobody likes to say I can't. I can't is a crippling word all itself, on top of others, one reason or another. But once you get back into that garden and see yourself, life in itself, playing out before you, and you realize that's your medicine and you're producing your own medicine, and you get that I can, and I did that, I make my own medicine, that is huge. That I mean, you say it to yourself, man, it'll give you goosebumps. You know what I mean? You're releasing chemicals in your head without even consuming it yet. So I honestly believe the cultivation side of things is huge, and it is. As far as mental health goes, I've said this a lot, man. My dream would be hugely to set up a nonprofit, like just rehab almost center, for recovering addicts, mental health, even people coming out of incarceration. I believe it could help, in that aspect too, returning vets. There's a lot of that could be done through the cultivation side, a lot of rehab, a lot of personal rebuilding on the cultivation side. I think that would be, a good medicine. So I think they try to tell people, through COVID, hey, wink, wink, cannabis. It's your medicine, but they didn't say plant that shit. You know what I mean? They just consume it. So um, it is a
There's
blessing.
been there's been times just when I've been long days stressed, uh have like when I run my lights a lot of the time during the night during the summer. So that like it'll be 8 o'clock. You got to go water. You got to go trim leaves. Sometimes I'll be just dreading it. Like oh man, but once I get in there, I'll catch myself as I walk in there. I'll I'll walk in there and I'll just stop and stare. Because I'll be not wanting to do it, or something like that. But then I'll just stop and literally just like zone out, daydreamish, just looking at the plants, almost just like it's almost like they cast a, like watching them flutter, or it casts like a little trance on me of just zoning completely out. And I'll be honest, I'll like see like visions, I guess, and have real deep thought right then and there about why I'm upset, or what's bothering me, what's been bothering me. And some of the best clarity has came from, all of a sudden I come back to, almost, if you want to say, and I realize it's been like I've been standing there for like 30 minutes sometimes. And I'll be like, and then boom, and an idea will hit me, be like, oh shit. Like, or some stress, like I run the Nectar for the Gods line. Uh, Nectar nutrients and Nectar soil and all that. Yeah, they're that's based very on pH. So there's been time like, and then I like just recently, I feel like had some questionable batches of soil that the pH was whacked out on, and just not, I don't know if it was just not mixed right or what the deal was. It's very hot. It's gotten hotter and hotter, which I like because you use less nutrients, but plants do not like going into hot soil that when they're not used to it. It's a big problem with that. And then the way that, like I was talking about with the calcium magnesium balance, like you have to use the Demeter's Destiny is an essential part of that line, because it's just a calcium supplement that because helps pull like the magnesium be used through, and the other nutrients. There's like fucking 12 bottles to that line. It's fucking, oh my god, like it's I've grown some of the best cannabis I've ever grown with it, but I also fucking hate it at the same time because it's pain in the ass to shake 10 bottles every time you're fucking doing refilling from 5 gallons. Oh man, that's I've literally been through it with every bit of shitty, like it coming like a brick in the bottom of things, and I got to get in there and break up the clumps of shit and it's just, but it's so like if the pH is off by a few points in the soil, I mean, I should say it's got to stay between 6.4 to 6.7 to be a proper, when I'd say I'm a teen plant. When it's smaller, I started, oh man, like I lost so many clones, transplant clones directly into that soil because it just burn them instantly, no matter what I do. And then so I started mixing it with like Sunshine or Pro Mix. I hate Pro Mix, so I try to get Sunshine or just a better bale of, you know, uh, basically just soilless medium, but sterilized, so that has no nutrients. And then I mix it 75 like Sunshine to 25 Nectar, and that's still like, I feel like it's just so hot because, and that like it's not, I don't know, the pH was so off on this last batch that I transplanted amazing plants into 15-gallon pots like I always do, done it 1,000 times, and boom, they start clawing and red stems within a week, and yellowing, and not bad yellowing, just pale or something like that, rough leaves. One of the biggest things, my biggest thing when I know plants are doing good is I can walk in the room and feel the leaf and like know the plant's happy just because of how not rough or how supple it is, kind of. And how green, and it's praying, the tops are praying, and everything's looking, it's just, if you've done it a long time. So when I fucking transplanted these perfect plants into 15-gallon pots, and they just go to like basically what I would consider just go to shit, like boom, real fast. When the plants that I didn't transplant because I had extra plants sitting right next to it that are fine, that are just growing like a motherfucker. But that, and it's just, the Nectar line is amazing if you get it dialed, but if you don't, it's all problems. So like I was saying, I've dealt with that in my mind, and like I said, just staring at the plants, like because I'm all frustrated with something, just go in my room and just staring at the plants 30 minutes, boom, it'll click in my brain something I've been forgetting about. Oh, I didn't calibrate my pH tester this week, that might be why. And then I go and check, and boom, it's 3 points off. Bam, the best. Now I'm feeling good. Now I feel amazing. I'm happy again, just from fucking going from having a shitty day to staring at my plants looking like I'm fucking daydreaming to bam, now I'm happy again because I figured out my fucking problem.
So can I giggle a little bit without you getting mad? So I just laughed because I've heard a lot of great things about the nectar. I've never run it myself. I haven't been always organic. I definitely have my days in cocoa. Actually, think I almost have 1 foot back in cocoa right now. To be honest with you. I am running organics right now, but I'm in like a second run of soil, and I'm like in that. I don't know. I don't know. Second run, phase in the soil where if we're back in cocoa, it'd be just a flush and like bam, right back on game on. And I miss that about cocoa. But what I'm giggling about is I'm sure most organics people will get a kick out of this too. Is the pH argument that you're talking about. Most times when you hear the organic argument in soil, they're like fucking pH what? You know what I mean? I don't even own a pH pen and shit. Then you talk, nectar, totally organic and shit, but you're like, oh man, have that pH pen handy. You know what I mean? Which totally kind of goes against everything you would hear about organics or organic soil. That's why I kind of giggled when I heard you say, "Oh man, you gotta live by that pH pen." I thought, oh, that makes me wonder about the organics argument.
I mean, if you're that's where shout out Alchemist Organics. He's a living soil guy. He really believes wholeheartedly that he doesn't believe people. He will tell me that my nectar's not organic. He believes that it's not organic. And I guess if you look at some of the sources of certain things that they use, it's not the best source things. The nectar, a lot of people don't realize nectar has a contract with Tyson Chicken, and that's where all their bone meal comes from, is from chickens. And if you test the soil from and if you run nectar and you run the Herculean harvest specifically, and a lot of people run Herculean but don't run the whole nectar line, so it's all you guys too that fucking run nectar, it will test positive for steroids that there are in the chickens because they steroid the fuck out of them chickens. So it's that the whole debate over bottled newts versus living soil versus salts, like there's only a few bottled nutrient lines that are considered organic. Nectar's one of them. That's probably the more leaning away from, but with nectar, you had Paisley Acres on here. I remember, right?
Sir,
Yeah, I had a
great
good
dude.
conversation. I had a good conversation with him talking about nectar. That's what brought him to living soil and swamp hash. I love swamp hash. Jay there, he I'm pretty sure, yeah. But them guys started with nectar, and that's what taught them like about like how stuff breaks down, creating a mycelium that helps break everything down to so it's taken up better. Because if you're running nectar, you can sit there and give it all them nutrients. If your soil's not right and living, it's not you're not going to produce. I know people that run nectar that just can't get it figured out. They can't like yield, or they're giving tons of plants and their plants look like crap all the time. It's just because they aren't maintaining a proper like living soil. Like with nectar, to run it properly and have your plants perform like I have them perform, like okay, when I transplant, I put down mycose, the granular right away. That gets the mycorrhizae going like right as I transplant. I'll water in azose with that too. After I'll probably do a initial watering with no azose, and then I'll do azose on the next watering with a little bit of nutrients and stuff like that, so that my can start breaking down the bone meal, or the crab meal, the the chicken bones that are in the Herculin and all that, and then everything else that's in the base nutrients. But that soil's so hot, you really don't need a lot of base nutrients. It's more just like getting some Herculin to stabilize your pH, because that bone meal just stabilizes your pH. That's a big reason why it's used as a flush. A lot of people use it as a flush because it helps lock up bad things that can alter your pH or can stay in your plant and bring them out as you in your flush. Uh, the to get nectar to perform and you get to get the meaty nugs like I get, I do a cycle where, because you have to use enzymes up when you're using nectar, it creates a gum on top of the soil. And like a lot of people hate that gum because it'll build up so bad you can't even get water through it. And like I used to deal with it, so that's when you got to use SLF, an enzyme, or there's a couple other ways you can take care of it. But the easiest way I like to use is SLF 100. It's an enzyme, but that also takes out probably at least a third of your living stuff in your soil when you run that through your soil. It's kind of bad for your living part of your soil. It's not terrible. It's actually good, but you need, so I run a cycle of like, okay, I'll run some S, like if I got a crust like building up, I'll run S. I run it this way in water. It goes SLF. Then I'll reintroduce my microbes. I'll use Recharge or a mycorrhizae or Azos or something like that right after I do my enzyme. And then I feed, and then enzyme to break down any gunk that's building up from the feeds. And then bam, reintroduce bacteria again. So you're constantly like almost renewing the soil with fresh bacteria every time you use enzyme. And you never use enzyme with bacteria in your water. So that keeps that soil moving, the gunk from building up so bad. You'll still have buildup, but you should break it up. Like I take a little like a little claw thing on the end and just break up the top of the soil so it drains properly and that enzyme can eat that. And when that's eaten properly, that's part of the reason why one of my last harvests, I had some of the biggest Dr. Who's Kush nugs I ever seen, just coated in resin. Amazing flower, like for having giant buds. Usually giant buds like that aren't the best in my opinion, but it just, I pushed that plant damn up until the end when I had a little pH problem. That's what's crazy is just because I wasn't calibrating it properly. I had a couple of weeks where I was in the lower pHs, 6.3, 6.2, and that's too low for nectar. You want to keep at the end of flower, you should be up in 6.6. And it's just, that's what I was saying. You live by that pH when you run in that nectar line. And when you come back to the organic guys like Alchemist here, if their soil is proper and they have the right buffers in the soil, they shouldn't have to pH. If you're running a proper living soil, like not like nectar, like where it's kind of like a back and forth of like living soil that helps break down the nutrients you're giving them. If you're just using a super soil like what Subcool used to use, if you've done it right and everything's done right, you should have enough buffer in your plants to bring a 7 pH down to wherever the plant needs to take it up. If you're doing it right, you don't need a pH on living soil. But if you're using bottled nutrients like I use with nectar, you have to live by that fucking pen. Even with BioBiz, I mean, I don't give a fuck what nutrient bottle nutrients, you live by that soil or live by that pH pen unless you're using advanced nutrients or the pH perfect shit. But I don't even believe in that bullshit too. I don't know. I've never ran it, but I strongly feel like it's weird that the plant takes up the same amount of nutrients at such a wide variety of pH, like they're saying. Do you believe in the advanced pH perfect?
Yeah, actually, I believe it is. I've actually ran a few of the salt lines that balance themselves, seem to pretty well balance themselves right to where they need to be. So I've
Really?
never ran the balance perfect, but yeah, I can see through the salts I've used them being self-balancing.
What are you using right
Again,
now?
even in cocoa, as long as I'm running a good amount of microbes in my cocoa, man, it's never, I never really sweat it. I even like, I don't know, rough. rough guess, maybe once in a while, check it. Just kind of keep it basic in line. I'm not on that every time. Yeah,
You don't pH your water when you give it to them?
never, never. I actually drag a
Really?
hose in here. Yeah, it's right outside the door. I run it through a filter. I run it through an RV filter. I'm on a well. I run it through an RV filter and then just straight through to the plants there. I'm in soil right now, but I would do the same thing. Well, I wouldn't do the same thing if they're in cocoa because I'd be mixing some nutrients in it, but it'd be the same water source. I wouldn't be doing much to it. The salts, again, once I was in the salts, they pretty well pH themselves out anyway. So never not much for I can remember actually shit, this is around 11, 12, two growers I very well respect to this day. And I used to love getting that cat worked up. Uh, B Man, the B Man. Uh, he's actually one of the guys that helped hunt out the Thin Mint. Uh, and we used to, when we meet up at the dispos uh, every Sunday, have the smoke down. We would sit there. He was a big proponent because he was running a hydroponic system and pH, 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 pH. So man, I don't pH shit. And he would enjoy my, he couldn't deny that I had good flour. That wasn't the argument. He would tell me I could be doing more, blah, 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 blah. But he would just get fucking just red in the face, mad about the pH. I'm like, dude, that's not cannabis when you're working yourself up like that. Damn it. Here, smoke this shit. Fuck that pH. But I still kind of razz about it a little bit to this day when I see it. It is what it is. Again, if it's working for you, I'm not telling you not to do it. Obviously, it's a huge part of the line. What I'm doing here works well for me. So teacher,
What are you running for?
I
You said
just
you're running organics, right?
yeah, I'm actually in just a good soil that I've
Oh, so you skim water.
put together. Yeah, just water.
Yeah,
Just
that's
water, a little top dressing when needed, uh, compost or earthworm castings if needed. Nothing too
so you're doing. Do you use what bacteria is you using, like Mycos, Azos, anything like that?
nothing, nothing. I took it right down to nothing this time with the soil. Just let it be natural inputs. Whatever's in there, it's in there. Uh, I had some Brandon Russ sent me some of his mycos, his microbiology, and his bokashi. I have some of that stuff floating around. I guess Photo Plus every so often. I float on products. I'm always trying some new shit. And no,
I
since then I've been in soil, I've really pulled back a lot on anything how you put it. That shit only came because the earth boxes came with the earth boxes run. That got me into it, but I'm fairly laid back. So it's probably why I want to dip my foot one back into the cocoa. I don't know. Like I said, the second round, trying to reuse the soil this round, I'm not so happy with. I'm definitely feeling cocoa right about now. The beds, the soil is definitely back into a learning curve. Back when I was running soil way back, it was by the bag, run and dump, run and dump, run and dump. Never even reuse wasn't even a thought. From there to cocoa. Now back into actually learning organics, and it's nice. It's nice, but I'm not in beds, and pots are kind of a different deal. You know, fresh bags, fresh runs, nice, nice. On the reuse side of things, I don't know yet. That's what kind of I've gone back and forth. You know, I tell this story if you want to hear it real quickly or not. I initially started growing long time ago in an attic space and trying to conceal everything. Started in dirt. I realized fucking quickly dirt in an attic space wasn't gonna work. You know, it was fucking sagging the roof. I ended up having to fucking put it in beams. Ended up trying to find lighter medium. Ended up in like a cocoa type base. Kept that shit for a long time. Got back here or sold that place. Got over here into solid ground where I've been growing in this area now for close to 7 fucking years. But when I got back here, I thought, I'm gonna go back to super soil. I'm gonna go back to soil. I'm gonna try this shit again. So I fucking started mixing it up and I was happy with it again. And then I started taking on some more patients because I had lost some in the move. And so I took some more patients on up here and got ahead of myself in the cooking, you know, soil and ran it and got into a hot run. And I was like, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I was already in my hot batch. You know what I mean? So I didn't really have time to spare to let another batch cook. Kind of reverted right back into my cocoa ways, which I stayed for a good amount of time until basically Mr. Smiley taught me into running the earth boxes. Earth boxes were good to me, and then I kind of swayed back into soil, which again, pluses and minuses, pluses and minuses. Uh, life, eh, if it wouldn't have been trials and tribulations of life had made me step away from the garden for a week or so. As we talked about vacations as a grower, slimming now, stepping away from the garden is always bad. And stepping away from the garden could have been tragic had I been back in my cocoa. If I'd have been gone for that same amount of time, plants most certainly would have been dead and gone. But since they were watered prior, they were fine. They were suffering a little, but still good. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know. Still kicking it back and forth on it. So, what about yourself? You ever think about dipping into the soil full on? Forget the 16 bottles of the nectar.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely I've almost gone backwards and went back to salts too. Like it's kind of this crazy debate of what people want really and how much they care, because I mean, I don't want to ever use anything that's could potentially be bad for somebody in the future as like if more things come along. Like I'm worried about like these people running Athena that could possibly be leaving things in the plants that are bad for people in the future, and people have negative side effects along in the future. That's why I've always stuck like with the organic route, because it was just the cleanest way and kind of the most tried and true. You know, it was always grown organic for a long time, and then people came up with salt nutrients, and so it's I like living soil. The biggest thing I haven't ever seen was the yields. That's the biggest thing I could never like commit to with the living soil. I do living soil outdoor. I like no-till beds outdoor. I kind of rock with that, but I've seen amazing yields with the living soil outdoors, but I've never seen very good yields with indoor living soil. If that makes sense.
See, to me, I don't know. Again, I've heard amazing things about that. Right? But if I see flush in any nutrient lineup, I'm like, fuck. They know ahead of time there's going to be builds up of something ahead of you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Something in their program isn't going to be right. You have to flush your money right out. That's what I see too. You're flushing your fucking money right out, and that's all you're doing. Because as you kind of hinted a second ago, I think a lot of growers really misconstrue whole flush term. You're taking nothing out of that fucking plant. They'll take a it's it's a bioremediator. It's only uptaking shit and fucking storing it. So if it's heavy metals, whatever, it's bad in that nutrient lineup, whatever.
It's in there
Flushing it
forever.
isn't gonna help. It's fucking in there. It's fucking in.
Yep.
So so let's take that back. What it does flushing? What are you flushing? You're flushing your stupidity out, basically, in my opinion. And I'm not calling you stupid or the line stupid. I'm just saying that you realize there's too much of something in there. And in my opinion, again, you're flushing your hard work, everything you're pumping into that medium right out the bottom. And you know, in my opinion, the only in a cocoa type atmosphere, the only reason you're flushing is to correct something. You went too hard one way or another, and you need to get everything out of there and start again. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't believe you should have to flush anything. Especially when I did use salts and stuff like that. I always tend to think more on a soil type mindset. You know what I mean? I wasn't like push, 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 push. It's always been an even keel. You know what I mean? I'm not necessarily watering for, oh, I'm fucking in week one of flower. I've got to go heavy on this or heavy on that. Well, no, I'm just gonna give it water. And if it's needing more, it's gonna suck that shit up and I'll be watering again tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I if I'm constantly underfeeding or barely feeding all the time, I don't necessarily have to worry about flushing until something goes awry. And most times it won't, in my opinion. But if I see a line that actually, if I'm like shopping for one, and I understand that that's a big part of the nectar, and again, it's so expensive, I have a hard time just dumping my money. Is it?
It's kind of
Again, that's a weird moment for me too. Is how much can we dump into the plant? If we start throwing CO2 at the best light we can and all the best inputs, are you really going to get that much gain out of everything thrown at it? That's a question I struggle with.
uh, I I do. It's the nectar line is fucking insanely expensive when it comes to nutrients, money you put into nutrients to outcome, like compared to other lines. I mean, if you compared it to like synthetic lines, it's laughable how much you're spending. Like, I mean, just a 4K single-ended HPS like run, you're running 16 plants, 15-gallon pots, watering 45 gallons, each run or each watering. You're going to spend $800 on a run of nutrients just for that grow. No problem. Maybe even 1,000. It You'll get an amazing product as long as you do it right. But if you don't, and nectar's really easy to kind of don't, if you like, because a lot of people will switch to nectar and think that they can pump the plants like they do with synthetic nutrients, and you kind of can, and you really can't at the same time. It's like I said, it's all about how you're structuring your like mycelium that's taking everything up. inside of the soil, giving beneficial bacteria, and then using enzymes to break down the organic materials that the even the because you're not like in a living soil type situation where there's actually you're just kind of feeding the mycelium the whole time to break down every bit of nutrient, instead of like with nectar you're kind of feeding the roots and the mycelium at the same time. it's it's a like I would never can I have friends that try nectar all the time and they grow terribly. It's I would never push the line onto somebody unless they wanted a certain type of product. And that's where like I'm trying to word it the best, instead of like, because I don't like, I love nectar. I've loved nectar for a long time. It's given me some of the biggest organic yields that I've ever seen. I don't see I I know there's growers out there that say they're organic but use PK boosters that are super synthetic. They'll be their whole line organic, but I use this PK booster, and that's what's making my plants fucking get giant. Like they get, or like, I get these crazy yields, or they're using some sort of synthetic somewhere. I use the nectar line with just SLF and Mammoth P, and I have people call like think I'm lying that I'm using just nectar, because they think I'm using some sort of PK booster or really just any sort of plant growth PGR, or something like that. But you can tell by how my GMO is super foxtaily that I don't use PGRs. A lot of stuff gets foxtaily the longer I take it, and it's my bud definitely looks completely different than anything that's been grown with salts or any. I don't even. It's got a certain look to it that I hear it all the time when I'm at these events, or people that have just the people that don't know a lot. They're like, wow, it looks so different. And I'm like, yeah, it's because it is. I mean, have you ever smoked living soil or anything like that? Most of the time it's kind of related to that, but I almost get that. Like I said, nectar can provide you almost with the best of both worlds, where you get an organic product that you can tell people's organic and is clean and will test clean of anything that you will ever see heavy metals or anything like that, except for the soil will test with steroids. But I've never heard of bud testing for steroids or anything. But it will give you almost the best of both worlds with an organic clean product that has a clean look, and everything's like on that organic, like the terpene profiles and stuff like that are always on that organic look. But you can grow, like I said, the yields I've been getting, the only people that I know that get yields like that are growing with salts.
Again, I'm not knocking it or whatever. Is you stand by your product? I haven't tried it. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's good. I've looked down your page. Your flower looks great. You know what I mean? So I'm not questioning it by any means. That's for sure. And like I said, the most people that I have talked to that run the nectar are preaching the same choir you are. Yeah. So, you know, so
It's almost like people with Subarus.
yeah, I agree. I agree. So,
I was a super advocate of nectar up until I started having major problems with nectar. And now I tell people that I grow with it because I have so much time put into it. I want to switch. I just it comes down to fear of the unknown. I I have a couple ideas on what I want to switch to, but now I got to figure out another line again. It's just I'm the nectar guy. Everybody knows me as nectar. That like all at these events, as oh you grow a nectar and you that's and you kill it, but they're like fuck that. I ain't shaking
well,
12
how fun
bottles.
is it going to be the guy that switches and shit? Maybe even switch over to salts and shit. They'd be like, "Yeah, that nectar's the shit." And you'd be like, "No, that's some salts right there." And they'd be like, "No, what?" That'd be the conversation for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
shit, you were nectar forever, man. I can see the
yep.
conversation already.
That's exactly what would happen too. I mean, when I switched to nectar, people were just like, "Oh, your weed's so much sweet." It's like everything got sweeter mainly. Like instead of being so gassy. Like I feel like that's a big thing that comes with organics is everything becomes there's always like a sweeter. It tastes more natural. It doesn't taste synthetic when you grow organic.
So one thing I guess I'll give it the nectar some credit for is obviously it's huge on the micro life that's going on in the product. And I believe from everything I've learned that it has everything to do with terroir or terpene profile. But so I can see a little bit of method in the madness there. So get it, I get it. I just think paying for a little bit very expensive line, whatnot. But I can't choose there at all.
It's ridiculous, man. Like, and then when I can't get deals on soil, it's $19 a bag. So I try to get around the $14 to $15 a bag, but that's sometimes almost impossible to find. That's where it's sucked because I've always been a proponent of shop local, shop mom and pops. But
You
when you're paying,
downstate, get a hold of Detroit Nutrient Company.
oh,
Can't hook you up.
organic, no,
Water
who's that?
only.
Somebody put me on to some or Detroit Nutrient Company. They were just talking about it. Can't remember.
I know you get a hold of him and tell him you want a few bags. He'll hook you up. He'll do you. He'll do you good.
Yeah, I want
Keep
to.
it local too. All
Uh,
right.
oh, I forgot. Do you want me to tell you the reason why the hemp night thing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's Jay. It's a Jay and Silent Bob reference from specifically Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I'm a Star Wars fan too. So when Mark Hamill plays the cock knocker in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and when he fucking busts through the wall, he's talking. He's like, it's just you'd have to watch it to. And he talks about and they calls them hemp nights, and it's that's where it comes from. It's from Blunt Man and Chronic. They're the hemp nights. But I didn't want to like copy them, so I had a logo custom done from Seis Uno on Instagram. He's a Spanish street artist. He's fucking. I love that caricature type of art, and he kills it. He's one of the. I mean, it just that type of caricature. Like I don't know. I think that's what it's called. He didn't even speak barely any English, and just these broken ass texts, and killed my fucking logo. Like I had that made back in like 2016 when I was just starting the thing. I had I had a booth at the Cannabis Cup, and I did like start my brand, but then I stopped because I tried doing a rec uh, setup that was a waste of time. Bad investors, blah blah blah. Just it was a waste of time. So I kind of had to rebrand my like the whole hemp night thing again. But that's the
That's a
story of
tragic.
hemp word.
I liked the story of it. The wreck part of it was a little disheartening, but the rest of it's all good. I hear that story so many times, and we've all been there, man. The fucking second we planted the plan, I think at one point or another we dreamed of doing it at a larger scale at some point. And recreational cannabis is fucking put a huge, huge uh, ceiling on that dream for a lot of people. That started off as caregivers. Thought we could maybe slide in before that shit came in, but man, when it came in, they came in hard, and they're making it more and more difficult to achieve our goals. And I don't know about you, but I kind of think, man, every time I think about making that switch and going to work for somebody else, it's like, do you this is the way I've always looked about life too. Is you're either building your dream or you're helping somebody else build theirs. And I guess when I'm checking in on a 9 to 5, just fucking defoliate and pull clones. I don't know if I'm living the dream at that point, to be honest with you. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's yeah.
a lot of these grows they pay like shit. They it's not fun and games. They hire a bunch of people that you don't want to work with most of the time. It's not it's not cool. It's like when I went to work at a grow store first time. I was all excited to talk to people and teach people how to grow or help people with their problems, but it was most people just telling me what they do and like how they do it, and then the shop doesn't like the grocery store doesn't want you sitting there talking about cannabis all the time, or they're just I had some kind of weird owners that I worked for there, but it was like a when I went into the version, it was like a worse version of that. Like even if you were like a head grower, anybody working under you is making half the money you're making. They eventually they'll hate to be there. They're not very smart, and I mean, you got to teach everybody, but like it turns into them putting it turns into the investor just putting all the weight onto your back and then giving you shitty help. So like you'll just be doing everything. You might as well as not even have them there. Like and then then they're like, oh, we'll have you run this facility that's cranking out, you know, 200 to $500,000 worth of product, every so often or whatever the fuck, but we'll give you $100,000 a year salary, and if we want to fire you at any time, you have to sign a non-competitive clause that you can't work in the industry for so long, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, you want me to do all the work, make you guys all the fucking money, and you guys kind of can just shit on me anytime you want, like. It was it's I've seen that so many times. It's sad. They want the investors come in, they try to be like, oh, I can see your vision, I can see us doing good, and all they see is dollar signs, and you're like, no, I want to create a brand that like is like this, that's done like this, and they're like, oh, they try to say they're with you, but then you start telling them numbers and what you have to do and the people you have to hire, and like, oh, they're sitting there like, oh, I ain't gonna get my return on my investment in a year, you know, and it becomes it just you start to like just lose all faith and hope in the whole thing, and you're like, fuck this brand, I don't care, I'm not even a part of this. This isn't even gonna be me in the end. They could fire me at any time. Sorry for that rant.
No, no, no. It needs to be said, man. Hopefully, it feels better saying it. Hopefully, you bend it a little bit.
Yeah, just I don't like greedy ass people. Like, I understand making money, I understand everybody wants to be rich, but when you literally just see dollar signs into somebody's eye, when you're sitting there explaining them how you want to do this because it's this, and I want to do it like this because I want like one of the grow, I wanted it to be focused around like, oh, we pop seeds and like have some of the best hash in Michigan along with flower that's amazing, and like create our own lane, and make it like more permanent rather than just riding some hype bullshit, you know and like creating like a staple, and they just like, oh, this, and then they come at you with like, oh, well, we want to run these lights because that's what this company runs, or we want to run these strains because that's what this company runs. It's like, we could be better than them. Like, you're not seeing the vision, you're not seeing my vision, you're just seeing, oh, this company makes millions of dollars a year, so we should do what they do. And then when I say, no, I don't want to do it like that, they're like, well, you're just dumb because you don't know business. And it's like, I may not be a fucking millionaire, but I know the cannabis pretty fucking good. I've been in it for a long time now. Yeah, it's just one of them. Like they people see, like, investors don't understand the guy that's like me that's just been in it, growing and grinding.
I agree, man. I totally agree, and it's sad. It really is because yes and no. It's that attitude right there that everything that you just said that I think produces myths. Those plants feed off our energy 100%. If somebody else is like a meal, you know what I mean? If you're cooking, there's fucking hating his job, your meal's gonna taste like shit. If your people in there producing that cannabis is in there and this is a 9 to 5 job and they can't wait to get the fuck out of there, that's gonna show in the cannabis. And that right there gives me hope that the craft market will be able to sustain. So people like the Hemp Night can bring forth I pH the fuck out of this bud for you. You know what I mean? Taste, taste the goodness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think people want that. You know what I mean? It's going to take a curve. They'll battle their way in with money, but in the end, I think the love for quality cannabis will bring us back in. It's how long we can actually kind of tread water, I think, before the curve comes around.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I think it will. I even, like, I think people are finally realizing what good product is, even if it is salt grown. Because I may sound like I'm hating on salt grown or something like that, but I've thought about switching back myself, and so many times I smoke stuff all the time that's salt grown. That's amazing. I I but like you said, what these big grows, cannabis almost has like this weird way of fighting back on its own, because the more you scale it up, the worse it gets, no matter what. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. The more you scale it up, the worse it gets. And it's like almost like this way of like the cannabis plant fighting against that power, like, because nobody can grow it all, because if you try to grow it all, it's going to be shitty.
I guess the question is, are you going to try the water? I guess are you going to try to lean towards the extract side of things, or will you lean towards flower production in the future?
If I was going, like, if I got a hold of a license, or just the way I do it now through under the caregiver system.
Either way, I mean, where would the love
I
for the plant take you? I guess you know what I mean. If you could just do what you wanted to do, and you know what I mean, money not the object, where would it take you? Would you just concentrate on the exercise side of things, or would you, keep trying to produce, the perfect flower?
if I could get a license to do what I want to do and give it to the people so anybody could get it, I would get a micro license, and I would grow and and pop my own genetics, and probably breed myself, and then I would do the extracts and the growing, and have them in unison under like a micro license, so I could produce exactly what I want to hash, and then experiment with so many different things that people get to try and have complete input in, like, see what, like, I love hearing feedback, even if it's something I don't like, you know uh Joe Dirt, it's not about the snakes and sparklers. It's, you gotta have it all. You got you You may like snakes and sparklers, but not everybody likes that. So if I could give it to the people, because I want people to enjoy cannabis, just like I want people to be able to get the best what they can get their hands on and not have to pay out the ass. Like I would figure out like margins, and it's not about undercutting anybody, but it's just people don't have access to stuff because either they don't have enough money, or I want everybody to be able to try it. I want, because it's just like anything. If you go through your whole life and you don't get to fucking try it, that just fucking sucks. So I would try to do a micro license and like a seed to sale type thing where I control the quality throughout it all. Not just me, somebody with the same type of eye, same type of feel for it. Yeah, I've had a couple. It's just dealing with investors is I don't have the means to do it myself, so I have to deal with investors. So it's almost been there before, but just wasn't right.
That's where the dream takes a shit for me. I have been so fucking hard headed in life. I've tried several endeavors outside of cannabis, partnerships with different shit, and partnerships. The best way I've ever found is find somebody that you don't fucking know that has a similar goal, put everything in fucking writing, and keep everything business. You know what I mean? That's the only way. Part at the end of the way, and don't even fucking talk until the next day. Basically, 9 to 5, all business. That's the only way it works. It's the only way it works. If you enter like a friendship in it or whatever, at some point, one
Changes the
half
dynamic.
thinks, yeah, one half thinks the other half's doing better or they're doing more or less, and it's fucking, yeah,
Snowballs.
um,
Yep, every turn.
yeah,
Yeah, just in
sad.
this world today, especially like you're saying after the pandemic, everybody's kind of more worried about themselves more than ever because they were scared for a fucking 2 years. I mean, that's not everybody was scared, but like most people, really, if you think about it, like it now people are even more different than they were before when it comes to selfishness because they had a time where I got to worry about myself. Like I don't want to get sick. I don't want to, so like they compassion went way down. It's it's became a more like dog eat dog world a little bit, and it's separated people so badly. It, I don't even I don't know where I was really going with there, but it's made me just think it's you see it more and more in the cannabis industry and everything. People, the way they spend their money, the inflation right now is fucking insane. They talk about nectar being expensive. It's fucking crazy now to buy the nectar line. Even just I mean, like I don't have a local grow store, so I got to drive 45 minutes to do that. That's if I'm driving my truck because I got to pick up soil, it's fucking 10 miles to the gallon. So I'm just, it's crazy with the doing the nectar line like I do it. The more I think about it, I'm like, why the fuck do I do this? But it kills it. It really does. I get the crazy hash yields, the crazy good yields. So I can't, and I've got it dialed. If I switch to something else, I have to dial that in and hope it does the same. Because I've switched lines and had like shitty yields. I can't say I've had these massive yields all the time. I've had a pound per light. I've had even less. I've had to kill plants. I think everybody's been through that. You probably killed whole crops, haven't you, because of problems?
No, I've always tried to tough it out. And there's been times where I probably should have. I ain't gonna lie, but I've toughed it out. made it through. Lessons learned, you know what I mean? And at some point, you know, I always try to pull something out of it, try to take something from it.
Yeah, I've always kind of done that too. I've only cropped out one harvest, and it wasn't in flower. It was plants that were going to go into flower, veg plants that I think it was a mixture of. Sometimes I wonder if they just got some sort of disease. I don't want to say anything like hop Slayton or anything like that. I think it might have just got some random like disease. It could have been russet mites, but it didn't look like russet mites. I know what russet mites look like. I had a buddy that had russet mites, so I understand that. These plants just, I think it was part of a bad batch of soil from nectar too. I think that was, I because I dial I it was just like I'm having problems now. I feel like I could have put myself in that position if I didn't use the calcium right, get my pH adjusted properly, and get my plants would have, if I wouldn't have done what I did to fix them, fix that soil, I should say, they would have fucking done what that one crop did for me, and I had to literally just toss them and fucking start new. It was this 16 plants. It wasn't that bad, but sucked.
That's what, yeah. Any plant lost life. They all matter. They all matter. I was arguing this the other night with, well, not arguing. I hate that term. Um,
Oh, some arguments are good.
we were discussing uh plant lives and stuff. Basically, we were talking about calling out for the one. You know, when we do that pheno hunt, obviously, you know, there's the first round, and then we're taking cuts of all the females, you know, because we don't know which one's which. And then, you know, second round, well, we know a little bit more. So we know we've taken, so you got, all right, first round, you got obviously four different females. We'll say you take 2 to 4 cuts of each. That adds up, starts adding up quick, you know. And at some point, you've got to start alleviating them numbers and making some choices. And Thunder Dan was making the argument or the case, the point that you know, if they ain't the one, they got to get the fuck out of there, make room for other ones. And I'm like, oh no, no, no. If I cut them, they're making it through. If I cut them, they're going through. I'm not gonna just throw them in the garbage or nothing. They get that one hurrah. You know what I mean? They might not make it next round, but I'm not just gonna throw them in the garbage now. Come on, that ain't fair. They can be hash or something. I can make apples out of them if they're that bad. They're going through. They're going through. I'm gonna find some room for them somewhere. There's always some, you know, fucking. There's been times where I had, well, hell, I just still do it. If things were in heavy production, if you rewind to like a year ago when I'm not moving, there's fucking plants lined up right along these edges. You know, using that light. Shit, I ain't wasting shit.
I've been there too. I've done that shit too. I've I've never struggled much with powdery mildew. Back when I didn't have proper climate control, I had some spots show up. But this is long time ago, but I had some spots show up, and I just used fucking, like, back then. My buddy just, like, they would suggest Eagle 20 and shit, and I always knew that was fucked. I always knew that was bad, and that was their cure to,
you know, just a little side note before we go any further. Any fucking putty that comes on like the show that like is a producer, you know what I mean? They fucking make lights, the fucking nutrients, whatever. Seeds. Sometimes even seed breeders are funny like that. Ha ha ha. Use Eagle Eagle 20 is your coupon code. We'll give you 20% off. And I'm like, why can't it be like 420? Eagle 420. Fucking something. Why is it gonna be Eagle 20? I hate that shit. Anyway, I didn't mean to jump in. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. They Organotron, shout out Organotron again. He was talking earlier about that he's seen some test results of some stuff that was like super powdery mildewed out, and the guy washed it and tested it to see what came out of the hash, and he had it tested for all molds, and it came out no powdery mildew, which blew my mind. He said it was bad, this was a true test on what will the hash test if you wash it with powdery mildew all over it. And he said he's seen the test results and it's passed, which that's kind of crazy because bud doesn't pass all the time. That's it had barely any powdery mildew or anything on it. Like they won't even know they had a spot of powdery mildew, and then it'll fail or something like that for powdery mildew or something like that. And what he was talking about, that like when powdery mildew, you get it wet, it basically goes into the water, and it's such a small micron that it'll even pass through a 25 micron. Like you'd think, one of the rules of thumb of washing outdoor hash that I just the hash makers that I fucking grew up around is, just don't run the 25 bag because it'll end up in the 25. But he was saying that they've like measured the micron size of the not just, I think it's more than the spores that you're washing into the water, right? Like you're washing the mold of the powdery mildew, into the water. They say that it's smaller than like 2 microns or something. So it passes right even through the 25 bag. So as long as you're properly spraying, like when you're pulling up your bags and spraying your hash down, it's pushing anything through. I'm not an advocate of anybody washing some fucking powder mildew. I've never really washed. I have like long time ago when I was younger washing outdoor that powder mildew on it, but we didn't know what the fuck we were doing really back in 2011, 2000, probably in 2009, 2010, 2011, somewhere in there. That's when powder mildew I washed it, but it wasn't even through my setup. It was my buddy that I was helping wash, and he had mad powder mildew on shit, even indoor, and we were washing it to see what the fuck came out. We weren't even drying it properly. It was just like old school hash kind of techniques too. But he I this if the test results are there and it's not in the hash when you're done, that means he was saying that it's kind of becoming like a thing they're trying to, like his buddy was trying to figure out, that maybe washing, like if you have powdery mildew bud, you can just harvest it, freeze it, and wash it, and you'll have a powdery mildew, like a mold free product in the end, instead of you trying to like off the bud or anything, or give anybody that any kind of mold. You could wash it and make it and get the hash, and you'll have a clean product, if that makes sense. Yeah, he's which I'm an advocate of, saving something that could be good as long as it tests and won't hurt anybody.
Well, I've heard well, recreational weed, what did they do, brother? They fucking radiate that shit and send it out to the blaster, man.
Yeah, that's so fucked. Like, what is that doing to the trichome or the plant material or whatever? Just microwaving it.
It's yeah, but it don't don't trust the caregiver. But they do the sleight of hand on the recreational level.
Yeah,
Get me
that.
started.
This is talking shit with Eagle. So,
And it's sad to what we caregivers get blamed for here in Michigan. There, that last round where they were trying to pin everything on the access or the flooding market, cannabis into the black market, all on the caregiver. I thought that shit was hilarious. Oh, man, and again, I'll repeat it one more time. it was the caregivers that have to live by the numbers that we're stringent about, like I've said earlier. You know what I mean? That's only one of the biggest reasons I run a perpetual is because a fully carded patient, caregiver, five patients plus myself, 72 fucking plants. If I were to fucking just run that on a mile crop all the time, I can guaranteed to be over. You know what I mean? Not only that, I'd be passing problems to my patients and shit. You know what I mean? Here, which, I'm not saying anybody would be bitching. I don't think anybody would bitch, but it would be, over the legal limits, the legal standards, let's say, which I
Yeah.
would think would be more accurate anyway, because, that's just right. Because what we both know here in Michigan, once we call it recreational, well, plant, we call that shit recreational. That's my recreational plants. That's not my medicine. We can carry just as much, but we can grow and have a greater amount. And that's fucked. But call that medicine. And you better burn all of that by 2.5 ounces.
Yeah.
You better burn all that shit instead of 2.5 ounces. Oh,
It makes sense.
recreational? Put it in a bucket. Smoke on, buddy. Sorry, you should get some friends over here to smoke on. Oh, you got an excess. Damn. But it's the caregiver flooding that market. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a silly thought. It's a real fucking silly thought.
It what's what's happened is they came into these. I've met these guys, these big guys that got all this money and think they are gonna run shit with the thing, and they what happens, they invest all this money, they built these big giant setups just to grow a shit ton of mids and fucking ride that wave in the beginning for a couple of years of legalization and think they're fucking balling and buying yachts and shit like that. And then now the numbers are fading, and they have products sitting and they don't know what to do. They don't know why. So their first fight is, oh shit, it's the black market, it's the caregivers. It's the, which I mean, yeah, definitely, because people smoked on that fucking bullshit that they're paying $60 an eighth for a year, and then realized it wasn't worth it, and now they're back to the caregivers. It, they're you like I was saying, cannabis has that way of like kind of fighting back against a system like that, because they realize, like, people finally like realize that like small batch is the best. It always has been the best. What do you like Jack Daniels, or you like go to the brewery that, or the distillery down by you that's making their own version of something like that? It's going to be fucking better. I'll bet money every time it's going to be better. It's uh, uh they these big investors, the margins were high, and they're just getting closer and closer and closer, and now they're barely making money. Like, they are making money, they're always making money, but that overhead is always coming. The price of inflation, how much whatever they're doing is it's shorting their margins. Now they're freaking out, and they dumped a ton of money in the MCMA. They fucking got that bill going. They feel like they are got something going. But what's funny, even if that fucking bill goes through, caregivers aren't gonna fucking stop. They're not gonna fucking stop. It's it might even create this weird market where, I don't know. I've talked with people about it. Like, people are the people that live in small towns and shit will be scared to grow again. But the people like that live by like where me and you are, we don't give a fuck. We'll do what we do. We've been doing it. We did it before. So it's not gonna stop us. It's just gonna create a price raise. It's a risk again, going back to the wild wild west again, kind of type thing. You know.
funny that you left off the Wild Wild West there, and the caregiver that they'll never give up because. But when I started growing before I could grow, you know what I mean, legally, when I got my first light set up, the guy I got plants from, all that. I looked at him and I fucking giggle. I laugh insanely as I yelled out fucking the Charles Heston. They'll pry this light out of my cold, dead hands. I'm never fucking gonna stop now. He looked at me, he was like, "You're a fucking idiot." I'm like, "No, seriously. I'm never gonna stop now. Now that I've got the power and the light, I'm never gonna fucking stop." And I haven't yet. This right here been the most disheartening moment since I've hung the light. This fading of this garden has been so disheartening. This is the least amount of plants I've had my whole long grow career. Even when I fucking moved up here 7 years ago, I came up in a snowmobile trailer with 72 fucking vegging plants ready to be flowered. And one of the first things I did fucking when I pulled them out was set up a light, throw them under, and start business. You know what I mean? It's all, and
Yo,
this time is like it's a little different, man. I've kind of it's made doing the show a little bit harder. You know, back when this started, man, I sat in this fucking flourishing garden, and like, yeah. But now as it's kind of winding down, it's like, man, I'm sitting talking to all these growers as mine's fading out. Shit, I need to do something. I need to shift things very quickly. I'm getting this urge to just pop beans and all that shit. But thank God for spring. I may start a grow very soon.
oh, dude, that's that's the OG shit right there. The fucking gorilla style. I I never grew outside up until about 2015, something like that. And I just tossed some coffee genetics I had the from P&W. You know, I'm talking about them that lineage. Pacific North, I can't remember Roots. Or fuck, I cannot remember. But P&W
Pacific
guys,
Northwest,
yeah, they're I can't remember the seed company exactly.
Paul, Lamelco.
Uh, it was specifically the coffee line. I had the coffee cake, the coffee F2, and all that. But
Kaya.
yeah, the yeah, yep, yeah. I got the seeds right from him. He fucking, oh man, when he smelled Quantum Kush, he was just like, he couldn't fucking, like, he was just, because it has this sweet gassy fucking old, like, I don't know, definitely a unique terp. But he fucking literally gave me and my buddy some seeds. uh and I popped a bunch of them in a with another guy. I didn't have a big setup, so I started trying to almost get people to pop seeds for me because I had so many, and I just take cuts. And that ended up turning a big mess. Lost a lot of really good genetics. But uh I ended up getting and running them outside because I was like, fuck it, I don't have the room for to even run these. I stabbed them outside. And them coffee genetics just fucking took the fuck off really outside. I just kept growing them, man, every year, just stabbing them in like a gorilla spot. Like, it's kind of swampy, you know. And they did all right. They resistant as fuck to powdery mildew. Uh, it's really good plants, big ass buds with no support. I'm 6'2" and they were as big as me, and I never supported them.
So if you're interested, you could go back and check out Mr. Ross Paul there, Kaya. He's done an episode too. as well
Oh,
on the channel.
hell
Pretty
yeah.
much almost all of the, well, not all, but a good portion of the Northwest guys there. I've had Blasco's on, I've had Kaya, I've had Lemon Hoko, Titan, a bunch of other people from over that way too on the show as well. I bet if you need a reputable breeder, they've been on. You can find an episode of it. Good one
Yeah, I
too.
haven't.
That was a great episode. Dutch Blooms will
I've
be
been.
on actually next week, Tuesday. You're in good company.
I I went
You're in
through.
good
I went
company,
through.
Hemp Night.
Yeah, I feel honored that you even asked me, man. I like that. What I really like what you've been doing for the Michigan hash makers, growers. Uh, I've been in the scene. Everybody knows me. You know, all these people. That like that they've at least seen me at the cup, and I've showed them something they really liked because I always worked hard, you know, and really loved it. I used to be that guy walking around with a big ass fucking hiking bag with dry ice in the bottom of it, hash on top of the dry ice, and jars of weed on top of that. That was how I rolled around. And yeah, I had some amazing experiences at the Cannabis Cup, just meeting people from all over. Finally, because we always did like that's kind of why I feel a little, I guess, more comfortable on here because I used to do a ton of Google Plus hangouts and Tiny Chat, hanging out with all the hash makers and breeders and stuff like that around the United States. Because we just get done with our growing shit, jump on here and smoke together.
Cannabis community is a very amazing community, that's for sure. Met so many great people in the community, that's for sure.
You, dude, if Fletch from Archive, that they would be. He's a just like I don't know. He's a legend. Like he will be a legend because he's just kind of Archive isn't that old. They've been doing it a long time, but I just feel like their genetics are very something that is very something very special. We don't see a lot of people like just the success and the what I really love is the transparency because there's been a lot of genetics out there that herm or have tendency to herm that they don't put that but on like but archive literally on every single dosi cross the any dosido cross they have a disclaimer saying that the dosido has a tendency to herm to like a 20% tendency to herm and they don't they like and he's even from what I've heard him say and stuff like that he does not like working with that genetic. It's just people love it. It's a crazy, like almost Girl Scout cookie esque, but better, in my opinion. Yeah.
Cookies are definitely tasty straight. So,
Yeah.
who uh, who are some of your Michigan favorite hash makers other than yourself? There's quite a few. Anybody that you kind of, it's always nice to tip at, respectable.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've shouted out most of them in the
quick
time of
few.
talking.
Yeah,
Diggity Dank, Trip Scientific, Organotron. He just helped me a lot. Organotron, I can't thank him enough for how much he just kind of showed me how to work this press instead of me figuring it out because it would just been me figuring it out instead of having him just show me and be like, boom, this is a good way to do it. You know, so Organotron, uh, let me think. Alchemist Organic, wearing his shirt right now. He's cool. He's
I
always
gotta say I like that
he's
one.
my yeah.
Two tattooed right
Uh
across the forearm.
yeah, he's got a
Megatron's
dope
cute.
here.
I think it.
If you can see the back, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
on a
I
wire
did.
thing. I did. Uh But
Badass.
they're all on Instagram. You can check them out on them names too. But Smokey, always, I love Smokey. He's a good dude. If you ask him some questions, he'll fucking answer them best as boss. He ain't gonna sit there and talk to you all day because he's a busy guy, but just like everybody else. But he's answered the questions I've asked him every time, and he's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of made a lot of hash. Probably, I've been making hash a long time, but I never had tons of amounts I was making at certain times. So that's where his experience, these bigger guys. Let me think. Gosh,
That's one thing I really appreciate about the cannabis community in general is that it's been very open source, at least the last few years, anyway, for sure. People are very quite open about what they're doing and how they're doing. And, not necessarily in a pushy manner, but you know what I mean? If you want to know, they're willing to, they're willing to teach, or, it's pretty cool to have such an open source learning experience as, cannabis progresses. It's only going to make things better as we progress. So,
yeah. If I can get, if anybody could take away from me doing this, or the reason why I wanted to do this, is just because I want people to see that transparency is the best thing to making a product that's going to make them what they want in the end. There's a lot of trickery in certain things, but it isn't bad. That's another thing I want to say. I say trickery, but it isn't necessarily bad. It's just saying something when it's something else. But then there's the people like there's a like I want people just to know that me personally, I'm as honest as I can get, and what you get is what you see, or what you see is what you get. Like I've always like kind of like wore my heart on my sleeve kind of thing, and really tried to just show people that I want them, even if it's never been a product that I they didn't like personally. I want them to tell me why. And so I kind of know you'll never fucking grow or learn if you just fucking have everybody telling you that you're the shit or anything like that. Like, I don't give a fuck how good I ever do or anybody ever does. There's always flaws in everybody. you know every Everybody can't, like, just and then give everybody a chance too. Like, even a second chance too. Like, people fuck up, people, like, especially in this growing game, hashing game, cannot nail it every fucking single time. And if you are, most of the time there's something wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, I like, I tend to be very consistent with what I do, but I've had certain things that I've tried that, oh, that didn't work out very good. I didn't like the way that worked out. I'm going to do it this way, or I'm going to change it constantly growing, constantly learning. If you're not constantly growing, constantly learning, you're not living, you know?
I agree with that 100%. Very wise man. Very wise man, that's for sure. So I can't help but wonder. I see the nice headphones. I see a camera over your shoulder. I see a guitar. Is that yours? What you play that? You play? What do you play?
Uh, I my first love was motocross, and I still do that. But my second love, which was my first thing, because I couldn't afford motocross for so long, I'm a drummer. I was a metal drummer in bands for fucking years. I used to strictly think I was gonna make it in one of the few, like, I would be in multiple bands just to try hopefully get something going with one dedicated. That's why I got long hair. I been a metalhead, hardcore metalhead for a while. And then I was very close-minded, I guess, when I was like probably 14, 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there, I was very like just Pantera, fucking Lamb of God, just Slipknot. Just a huge Joey Jordison fan my whole life. I love Joey Jordison. Biggest reason why I fucking hated Slipknot for when they got rid of him over shit. I still am a huge metalhead today. Like I love any new, even the new stuff's hard to listen to, I guess, but there's still amazing music being made. Uh, I still love Lamb of God. Like truly, uh, but I guess I produce a little bit of music, not super hardcore or anything. I got a little studio setup, I guess, if you want to say. I can record and do damn near everything. I need a vocal booth. That'd be the only thing I could improve, but I have some music on SoundCloud just under Hemp Night 848. But yeah,
Nice.
I used to sell beats too. I like rapper wannabes would pay 15, $20 for a beat and shit like that. Did that for a little bit. That was kind of boring though, because I'm a metalhead. It's easy to make them beats. It's too easy because I'm a drummer, so I can make that shit. It's too easy.
Right down. I've said this and I'll say it again. Cannabis and music go hand in hand. Anytime you ever want to just come rock out, we're willing to listen. I'll open up the fucking channel and let you rock out for a period of time. One fucking chat fucking hangs out and chats. You know, might not suit the whoever, but there's teach one that some night we'll find one for somebody. At some point. Yeah, I had Johnny Green Thumb, who is another Michigan extract artist and
I know
Michigan
him.
Wildflower.
Yeah,
He
I know
he
them.
was on a couple weeks ago and busted out the guitar. And actually, I met him last year or 2 years ago up at Bigfoot Lodge there. And, oh, it was last year, and he fucking put on like a campfire concert for us. And that night, I thought, man, I want to do that. I want more of that. So the idea then was, man, to have look for people in the as well as this kind of find people willing to come on and do like an earlier show in the evening and rock out and just let people hang. Johnny
Yeah.
says he's going to do it, and he said it perfectly. You happen to want to come on and rock out and put out your little buy me a coffee link. I'm good with that. I'll throw that fucker in the title, and you can rock out and let fucking people chat. You want to do it? I'm completely game. Completely game. If
Hell
you
yeah.
ever want to do that, so heavy
Hell yeah.
metal, I'm down. They were asking in chat a long time ago. They're like, man, ask him to pick up that fucking guitar in the background. They've already asked earlier in the show.
I'm I am what's crazy is I can play guitar just enough to like play rhythm. So I'm not no lead guitar player. That's why I got like the Fender for like your twangier, Fender type shit, and then I got the fucking active pickup, 24. Yeah, 24. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even that. I'm a drummer. I can play guitar, but I'm a drummer.
Still very
Also,
badass. Very badass. Get a few
I can
together. We're
I
here.
can play a little keyboard too here and there. I got a MIDI controller that I basically just I use it for making all the I can oh man, I just what sucks is I've fell back from it once it just takes up a lot of time. It's like I blow glass too. I'm an amateur glass blower too. So I got a little Lynx I
You
rock
got
and
full plate.
yeah. Yeah, I just got a lot of shit I do. I just as all mainly hobbies that I I could make money at. It's just I'd have to put more time. It just takes time. Music takes time. Glass blowing takes a lot of time. It's it makes me sad sometimes because I feel like I really like I enjoy it. I enjoy making music. I enjoy making glass and art because I suck at drawing. I'm a terrible fucking drawer, but I can make bowls and shit like that, you know.
It's cool that you have so happy places, man. Helps life stay happy. You know? That'd be cool to have a fucking little music studio set up at the house there. Fucking roll one, lose yourself for a few hours. It'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. There'll be fucking times when my girlfriend will come back and I'll be deep into a beat and it's what's crazy is I'm always like coming up with shit. Like I always try to come up with something I've never heard before. So she'll come in and she'll be like, "Did you fucking make that?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I just got on some crazy shit, start making." Usually stoned out of my fucking mind.
I'm definitely in fact I seen Lamb of God the last time they were through here with Slayer, the last Slayer concert. I was at Fine rocking that shit out. Um, good concert. Good concert. Funny,
Yeah,
my oldest daughter, father, her to be hopefully someday husband, they were meeting when they just first met. She was like trying to describe me. Kind of looks a lot like you. Fucking about him and shit. She's like, yeah, he's in a band. That's cool. That's cool. And it's like heavy metal, and then she like throws on like some of his music, and it was pretty hard, but it wasn't. The whole you
yeah.
know, and she's like waiting for me to go, oh God. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm down. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah, that's fucking cool as shit. So yeah, I think it's awesome, man. I'm still rocking some heavy metal. I listen to everything, but I still rock some heavy metal.
Yeah, I listen to fucking everything now and then. I don't know. It's crazy how much ever since I found like real started understanding like for a long time as a metalhead, like I was very closed minded. I wish I would have been more open minded because as I became more open-minded, I understood music way fucking better. So now I wish I could make I wish because I've lost a lot of the skill for drums. I sold my drum set and I've been meaning to buy an electric drum set for fucking years now. I just have bought like a guitar and then I bought like a MIDI controller and shit like that, and the drums have been meaning to come back because to be honest, I wanted to learn how to play guitar good again, which I got all right again, just good enough to really throw down some rhythm and shit like that. But I felt I need to. I wish I had the skill I had because I used to be a speed like I could play speed metal. You know, I Chris Adler from Lamb of God. He was another idol of mine. I used to play right along. Like I crank the I'd have a crazy stereo. I crank and play right along with it. I loved Lamb of God. I love Chris Adler's drumming style too. It's crazy.
It's awesome. It's good music, man. His fucking that was a good concert, guy. I was impressed by the mosh pit they produced,
Oh my
which
god.
was pretty cool. It was actually they had took over the hill and had two going, two circles, and they were like counterclockwise of each other. So they were like moshing this way. I'm like, oh, they fucking yeah. It was good. It was a good time, man. It was a good time. And I thought was really cool is I first time in a while, fucking I seen that cat. This gentleman had to be well into his older age, well into his senior age. 70, I want to say 70, easy, easy. Fucking just bouncing around in there, fucking. I mean, just like he looked and acted like he was 21, and everybody was. You know, you'd see like they come through and go, holy shit, you know what I mean? Trying to be very respectful of him and shit. I just thought it was super cool how everybody, you know, kind of let it be a part of it. Yeah, it was a good day, man. All in all, one of the best overall events I've seen in a while.
Was it at DT Energy Center? Or no, that was
Yeah,
Europe.
yeah.
That's where it was?
No, that's DTE. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
okay.
was right
Yeah, I've been
down
there.
Detroit there. Yeah,
Uh
or
I
Pontiac. Right.
do you know Grand Rapids at all?
A little bit.
Uh there used to be the Orbit Room, and it was a big ass stage with a tiny ass like place. Do you remember it?
I don't.
I
I
got to
don't. Did you
see.
play there? Or
No, I used to help out with people. I was always trying to do whatever I could to try to get in the industry. So I'd get in with one of the opening bands and try to get backstage and do all that shit all the time. Smoke with the bands and shit like that. I smoked with the bass player from Lamb of God, but uh shit, I lost my. But I used to that was like they used to pack that fucking little ass building with people, and because you could be in the back in a mosh pit would break out, especially during a Lamb of God show. Like that was some of the most like crazy shows I ever went to, because it was like when these bands were like blowing up the most and just sold out, and they're just packing them in that fucking place. Like it was some of the most like I seen a guy in a wheelchair just disappear in a wall of death one time there. It's just I never like I mean I like watching the mosh pits, but I was never about really. I mean I would get in them when I get drunk or something stupid like that, but I never was like one just going for it.
this is where you get my old man story. I remember it like it was yesterday. 93. Pantera, White Zombie, Megadeth, fucking DTE, fucking,
Oh
oh
dude.
man. I'm rolling around. We split up from my friends. I'm fucking, they go up on the hill and I'm wandering around, which there's a pavilion in the hill right there. And fucking, as I head around there, fucking Pantera fires up. And that fucking, I had full intentions on being in the mosh pit, but I didn't necessarily for the duration. My buddy said, man, they heard the fucking chords. You could hear the dun, 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 fucking. They're like, where their fucking is? And I had on this like very distinguished hat, or not, you know, you could pick it out of the crowd. It was like all tie dyed. Like, there he is. There's that. Where'd he go? I was in that whole fucking set, man. By the time the next day came, I don't think between the whole day's event, that mosh and that fucking day's event, I didn't get off that couch for like 2 days after being in that fucking pit that day at that concert, man. I was just sore from fucking head to toe. Later on in the day, when I fucking White Zombies playing, they actually pulled up the hill and were throwing it into the fucking pavilion. The whole hill was in the fucking pavilion by the end of the fucking day, the end of that concert. By far, one of the best concerts I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god, to see Pantera live was I've been a huge Dimebag Darrell fan like my whole life. So to see Pantera live would have been. I seen Hell Yeah. The closest I ever seen was Hell Yeah, which is just Vinnie Paul and Rex. But that was cool. I seen them with Lamb of God. That was cool. Wasn't a huge Hell Yeah fan, but I love Vinnie Paul. So
I didn't really come into Hell Yeah until like the last few years, man. I really started to, as far as that goes, kind of opened me back up to Mudvayne. I never was
Yeah,
really
I
that big
forgot.
of
I
a
love.
Mudvayne fan until I
Yeah,
became a Hell Yeah fan. I was like, maybe it wasn't so bad. Went back and kind of listened to a lot of their old Mudvayne. So
yeah, I love Mudvayne. I was always huge. I love that his the singer too. So I guess I did like Hell Yeah, but I just didn't like a few of their songs. I feel like they could have they. I don't know. I was super hype when Hell Yeah, like they were forming. I thought it was going to be a huge I thought it was going to be better than what it was. Still really good, but I thought it was going to be better.
Cowboy Way. Let's see. Let's get fucked up. Alcohol and ass. They got a
Yep,
too, man.
really good songs. Yeah,
they got a
they had some really good ones, but they also had some well, I mean, and that's where I guess I'm just because it's like I was thinking, like, oh, this is gonna be kind of cool with Vinnie Paul's kind of style mixed with Mudvayne, and that's I don't know. I guess I was really I that's what I was saying. But even back then, I was so close minded. I feel like I I wish I would have probably opened up more to just I don't know, just music, like putting music together, stuff like that, and stuff, keys and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I used to just fucking I never knew anything about music structure. Like when I played in a lot of the bands I did, I just was a I practiced playing drums. Part of the reason why I have a little bit of hearing loss is because of drums. I never wore fucking plugs, and I used to practice 4 or 5 hours a day.
that shit's terrible on your ears, man. I can only imagine. Probably half deaf these days.
Probably. Yeah. It fucking I feel like it's came back since I stopped a little bit. I feel like it's definitely fucked me. But uh I used to just I wanted to be like really dialed. My dad was a drummer too in just a bar band for years. And one thing he just really drilled into my head about being a good drummer is being crisp. Like the crisper you were and not going too fast. Like when I became a speed metal drummer, I just wanted to go fast, 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 fast. But then I had to slow down to be faster. Yeah.
That shit wears. That shit wears on your joints in time too, man. That drummer roll. Ooh.
Oh yeah, my wrists, but they're a lot. But they, to be honest, ever since I stopped playing so much, everything's gotten a lot better. My wrists and my thumbs, especially. My hands I used to play till my hands were numb sometimes.
So, do you ever plan to get a band together again? You ever plan on actually pursuing that dream at all?
Uh, yeah. I mean, what I'd like to do is just mainly I think the band thing is unless I don't know, it's almost done. I think I could just work with other musicians and that play multiple instruments and us just make music together. Like instead of the whole band type thing, just get somebody else that has a different point of view and throw my stuff at him and see what he can do to me and us just make music together.
Kind of Black Key style.
Yeah. Because I always worked. That's what was sucked about a lot of the bands I was in is I was always making something really good with the bass player or the rhythm guitar player or me and the lead guitar player did really good or me and the singer could actually come up with really good stuff and lyrical wise into the music. And it was always I was working really good with one but the others were just not in it, or just guitar people thinking they run shit or and as a drummer you get shit on kind of. Like you're like, oh, you're not that important when you're like the most important.
You gotta have that rhythm. Gotta have that rhythm to play too. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. You can't just sit there. Oh man, guitar players like are. I said so many times, the guitar players, you could kick a tree and find 10 guitar players to fall out. You know, you can't find a bass player fucking anywhere anymore. That is what's awesome when you can come when you're a badass drummer, and you can find a badass bass player, and that's the backbones of the fucking music right there.
For sure. All the good songs I remember, especially heavy metal ones. I remember that fucking big pounding bass drum. Led Zeppelin, John Bottom, man, that drums and that shit just thundered through. Led Zeppelin. That's good rock and roll back then. I love some heavy metal, man, but man, that good old like Led Zeppelin, the heavy drums and that shit. That's good metal. That's good rock and roll right there.
Yeah, my dad, he grew up, he's a drummer too. He which what's crazy is like they got me into like playing guitar at first, and my dad really never what's he taught me count. The biggest thing he ever taught me count, but he never really me and his drumming styles are fucking like day and night difference. He's so old school, and I was very new school. Yeah, it's crazy talking about music. I don't talk about music that much anymore. It's crazy.
Why? It's the soundtrack of life, man. You gotta love music in some shape or form.
Yeah, I used to talk about, like I said, I was so deep into it, and I just kind of I had a lot of like one of my guys, one of my favorite guitar player friends. We wrote a lot of really amazing music together, and we had I feel like we had some songs that really could have made like mainstream metal, literally. Like we could have made them into singles, and like they would have. I don't I don't think that I don't know, like you can never predict anything, but but he got salty because of all the shit we were going through with other bandmates and stuff like that. So, and then he didn't like that I focused, it came down to he he worked a factory job, so he was working his ass off and coming practicing as much as he could, and stuff like that, but he thought I could have been doing more because I remember him looking at me one day and being like, it's either the grow or this, man. Like you got to choose one, because I was dedicating a lot of time to growing. And he kind of said that, and I looked right at him and I was like, dude, this band ain't making me any money. Like, I love music, but I ain't gonna go broke being an artist. So the grow kind of took over the main part of my life.
That's I don't know what to say to that. I'm a big
Yeah.
advocate of being able to, you know, pick up and run at any point in life that you feel fit. You know what I mean? You should never feel, boxed in with what you're doing, or, there's still time to always pursue a dream, I feel, at
Oh
any
yeah.
point in life. It may be cannabis now, but you never know, You get it up, set up and running, start living the good life. You never know. The band may be able to come back at someday. You're already kind of keeping it on the burner somewhat. You know what I mean? So cheers to you for at least keeping it on the back burner, not just throwing it down. I felt that way with sports, man. For me, that's where my love was. In sports, I played sports, but when real life kind of occurred, I don't want to get too much into the story, but real life came into the play, um, and twisted things before I could go journey too heavy down into the athletics. And once I realized that, like, fucking sports wasn't going to be the dream, athletics wasn't going to be the dream, I fucking hung that shit up. To this day, I don't watch football. I don't fucking why. That's not the dream. Why would I want to fucking watch that shit for? It's not even part of the equation. You know what I mean? Why do I
Yeah.
want to watch? That's the same. That's exactly. Why do I want? Why do I want to watch somebody else live the dreams that I had? You know what I mean? Good for them. I appreciate it. I'm not hate. You know, but as far as wasting good time, and what I'm doing, it's not part of the cards. I'd rather focus on oh today's dream. You know what I mean? Rather than kick myself. I could have been there. It could have been me scoring that football. I think that's the way I look at watching sports these days. Again, and well, having three daughters didn't help. They weren't keen on the sports anyway. So kind of all just worked out really.
A lot of people that that were into sports, like a lot of my buddies that were into sports like that, they always have girls as like kids. It's kind of crazy because like they always want that boy to like do that thing, but they end up having like two girls or something like that. It's crazy. It's almost like it's to like slow you down, like make you look at life in a different way, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Oh, it slowed me down. All right. I ain't gonna lie about that shit. Slowed me down in all kinds of ways. I'm not gonna lie, I love my girls. I cherish my girls without a doubt. But I wanted that boy tremendously bad. Tremendously bad. Like as you pointed out, teased the fuck out of me. Fuck out of
Yeah.
me with that shit. First one, my baby B, they fucking told me midway, oh yeah, that's a boy. I got all pumped. Hell yeah, that boy. I had all kinds of boy stuff happening ready. She came out, girl.
That's life right there. That
Number. Lexi I that hangs out chat. Two ultrasounds. Boy. Boy. Nope. Third one, I'm like, you fuckers don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Girl. Girl. One of us are getting fixed. Obviously, I'm not getting my boy. We're gonna have fucking 10 girls before I even think about getting one. One of us is getting fixed. You don't. I'm gonna go outside and smash my nuts with a rock. I ended up
Oh, lost you.
I'm back. Well, can you say something there, my friend?
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm glad you can hear me. Well, I didn't want to cut it short. We're only technically about 30 minutes short, but it is fucking pouring here in northern Michigan. I was actually checking the weather a few minutes ago as I heard fucking the rumble of thunder. And I don't think my computer connection's coming back. So I logged back on and from my phone to just kind of part ways and say goodbye. Because I know I hate this phone thing. To do another half hour of this would be not fun. Not fun. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm back.
I can see you, and I can hear you.
Hold on.
It's fucking late as shit. I realize I've had an awesome fucking time talking with you though, man.
Hold on here a second before you part ways. Let me oh fuck, I just set this down.
I can hear you good now.
They can't see the third box anyway. So all right. So basically we'll go ahead and finish this up. Once again, it's been an awesome conversation. Did you think you'd go this far? I know when we started this thing, I kind of mentioned the time slot, and you kind of was like, "Hey, no, that shit ain't happening." But did you think we would make it this long tonight?
No, dude. Yeah, I didn't even think I had that much shit to talk about, to be honest. Fuck, just getting stoned, and I just keep ranting.
Hey, man, I've had a great conversation. You may call it ranting, but I've had a great night. I can't thank you enough. And you said you've kind of caught a few of these, but let me refresh your memory a little bit about the way things work around here. Of course, we've done the spotlight tonight. So basically, the way things work around here is once you do the spotlight, you are now officially, I guess, a member of the Weed Nerd World. Basically, the Zoom link that I sent you this evening is your link to any Weed Nerd World. Oh, you know, anytime Monday nights, and we're trying to get back to where Wednesday nights are either the organic takeover or West Coast takeover. The well, the organic takeovers went Smiley one-on-ones, strictly organics. But if it's a Weed Nerd World in the title, you can come and hang out any night. So basically, Weed Nerd World's Monday night for sure, 2 a.m. Michigan time. If you're bored, up, nothing to do, you can come hang out. No invitation needed. You can come just hit that link and come hang out any night you want to. Wednesday nights, if Wednesday nights is a West Coast takeover, they start at 11:30. So if you want to come hang out on an earlier night for a few minutes, few hours, whatever, tell everybody what you're doing, or you just want to come hang out and smoke for a minute, that'd be cool. The only other ways you can find them are random. So, like I said in the beginning, I'm grateful for an hour, 10 minutes, whatever. If the guest only takes me for a half hour, I pretty much tuck and roll, take a quick break, and then fire back up with the Weed Nerd World. So they're kind of sporadic, but yet you can count on 2 nights a week. So um, anytime you want, I'm sure not just myself would like to have another conversation with you, but more people in the cannabis community as well. We like to get to know each other and, just have some fun nights picking each other's brains. So any night you want to, feel free to join us. I know myself and everybody else would like to get to know you a little bit more. So please take us up on that. The other thing I'd like to get from you before you go is a little thing I call the sound bite. And basically, my version of the sound bite would be, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 622. You can say anything before or after that, as long as it's got that in the body. And I am ready anytime you are, my friend.
Hey, I'm Hemp Night Melts. And I'm on Talking Shit with Eagle. And that was a great conversation.
Right now, I'll take that. You want to tell everybody one last time? Of course, they'll be able to find it in the link of the show and in the bio on the website where they can find you. But in case they're lazy and they just want to do the audio thing, where the hell can they find you, Hemp Night?
Really just on Hemp Night Melts on Instagram. Uh, I'm trying to do more. I was trying to get on some other social medias or something like that too, because Instagram sucks. Everybody know Instagram sucks. Could be my page could be deleted at any fucking moment the way things are now. So yeah, thank you for everything, man. Thank you. Hopefully, I educated some people, and I don't know. Hopefully, people see the transparency, and I really like who you are too. You're cool, dude.
Thank you, my friend. That's really nice of you. I appreciate the kind words. And if we don't see you in the weed nerd world sometime soon, hopefully we can just have a one-on-one sometime soon, an update. So
Yeah, I'll probably jump on for sure, especially if there's other people, other hash heads to talk to. I'm always fucking down.
well, that's the beauty of the setup of the weed nerd world is it's only open to past guests. So on any night that I fire it up, I don't even know who the fuck's coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's it's as random as it can fucking get. So the only thing I can say is tune in. If it applies to you and you want to come hang out, fucking hit that link and fucking grab your tray and come hang out. We'd love to have an extra.
yeah, yeah, man. That's fucking. You're a really good dude for doing this, man. I don't have even that many followers on Instagram. Hopefully I gain a few from this. But like I said, my Instagram could be. I mean, with the way things are, it could be deleted at any moment. We need stuff like this just in solid state, so people, if they ever want to know me or what the fuck ever I like or whatever, it's you're putting that on. You know, you're also a great host too. So, thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm actually looking to step things up, man, a little bit. Now, these days, you'll be able to find this episode on YouTube. You'll be able to find it on the website, and you'll be able to find it on Spotify. It's actually on video form on Spotify, iTunes, all that good shit these days. iTunes is just audio, but everywhere, YouTube, website, and Spotify are all video replays. Anywhere else in audio form on any podcast platform. So if you've got a friend that missed the show, if they listen to podcasts or they have a way to listen, they can find you there tomorrow.
Oh, I forgot to mention Swamp Hash. Swamp Hash actually helped me prepare a little bit for this. Just like he gave me some confidence. So I forgot to mention him. I literally did. Paisley Acres, that's part of that little crew up there.
Good peeps. Good peeps. Well, with that being said, man, thank you so much for hanging out. And I do sincerely look forward to talking to you again soon, man. Thank you for talking shit, man. We'll see you sometime soon.
Yeah. Peace out, man.
With that being said, for the rest of you guys, we're too close to that 420 mark. So I will see you tomorrow night. You guys hopefully know the deal. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I will see you tomorrow night. See ya. Thanks again, Hemp Night.